Hello to all the crypto enthusiasts. Welcome on the day 3 of our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. Wow, there were very interesting and useful 2 days of online marathon with panel discussions. If you didn't see it, I don't know what you do in crypto. And today we're going to have solo presentations, which will be very representative and interesting. And we are starting with our first speaker, Adam Smurthwaite, associate partner in Impossible Finance. Hey, Adam, welcome in Ukraine. Thanks for coming. We were waiting for you. How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you. And I really appreciate you pronouncing my surname properly. I didn't expect that at all. Most people get it wrong. It's a bit difficult.
I had yesterday where were a lot of hard surnames. So I just taught a bit lesson of it. Okay, so this stage is yours. You have 20 minutes. Please welcome to share your ideas with our community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the introduction. Hi, everybody. So yeah, look, I think he might, Ivan said a little bit about me. So my name's Adam Smurthwaite. I'm the associate partner for Impossible Finance. Thank you very much for having me here. Incrypted has been a great supporter of ours for many years, bringing our brand and launches to the region, helping create content, guides to promote Impossible Finance. So easily one of the best content creators we've worked with. So very honored to be asked to join Incrypted Conference 2024. Before we start, maybe I can give you a brief background. Impossible was founded by Calvin and Gary in 2019, who left Binance to start their own project. Impossible, I would say, is our go-to investment platform to empower you with high-quality, fair, accessible crypto opportunities. So we simplify DeFi so you can enjoy fairer investing, cheaper trading, better yields through our accelerator, Launchpad, and Swap. I've had a few roles in Impossible, from BD to project management, account management, marketing, and KOL strategy, as well as working on content. So in today's cases, working on seminars and workshops. More recently, I was the project manager for the Aether and SoFun node sale launches. I've just been with the team for about 7 months now, and prior to this, I led the Binance Academy in Asia Pacific region. And before that, I sold textbooks. So believe me when I tell you, if you want to work in Web3, you can find a way. Anyhow, enough of that. So today I'm going to be talking about node sales as a service. So, what are node sales exactly? So maybe I'll just cover a quick lesson on nodes for those of you a bit newer to the world. I think we all know that blockchain nodes are computers and they just participate in a blockchain network. So they maintain a copy of the entire blockchain, including all the transactions that have ever occurred on the network. They ensure security and decentralization of the blockchain. And this is done through validating and relaying transactions and participating in the consensus mechanism of the blockchain. I know you're all pretty familiar with this. So in short, instead of a centralized database, multiple nodes work together to maintain the blockchain network. Now, a node sale is the process of distributing or selling access to nodes within a blockchain or decentralized network. Simply put, a node is the communication point within the network. And there are different types of nodes in the blockchain network, and they all have different roles. So, for example, you have full nodes, which store the entire blockchain history and validate all transactions, or you have lightweight nodes, and they rely on full nodes for transaction verification, but they do not store the entire blockchain themselves. So how do node sales work? Well, they typically involve a few steps. We start with the announcement and registration, which is the pre-sale. The project announces the sale and outlines the participation criteria, including technical and financial requirements. Then you have the selection and setup, where users can purchase their node licenses during the sale and set up their nodes at a later date. Depending on the type of node sale, setup may involve specific hardware and software as well as a stable internet connection. And then finally, we have operation and maintenance. So once set up, nodes validates transactions and maintain the ledger, and operators must ensure their nodes operate smoothly to support the network effectively. So node sales, are they the new meta? At this stage, we've done 5 node sales, including Zai, Aether, Sofon, and Carve, with a lot more on the horizon. But, why node sales? Well, there are 4 key advantages that have led to this new type of sale. Security through rapid decentralization, essential for networks needing validators or computational contributions. Then there's also secure fundraising. So obtain substantial funding promptly to expedite your growth trajectory. Then price discovery, where public participation with vesting provides valuable data for token listing. And then we've got long-term community commitment. So build up your community and incentivize long-term value creation. Are they for everyone? Well, that depends on your project. Impossible is very selective with the projects we choose to do a node sale with. For starters, nodes have to play a fundamental role in the success of your project. The first question we ask a team while conducting DD for them is the role of nodes in your network, and why does your project need a node? We align expectations and work with the team to gather necessary traction from community building to product market fit. We care if a team needs a node rather than say yes to any deal that can be financially successful. Nodes typically need to meaningfully contribute to the network, either to boost performance or security, usually a good fit for infrastructure projects. And as I said, typically the projects that come to us are infra and deepen projects, but there's also a lot of AI and gaming infra. I touched on earlier on some of the roles of nodes, but I might go specifically into the ones we've worked with. So for example, Zai, their Sentry node, it's an observation node that monitors the Zai rollup protocol. And if an incorrect block is proposed, it raises an alarm to others. Then you have the Aether checker node, and it's a monitor node, and that checks the quality and performance of Aether's GPU provider, ensuring quality of service for the Aether network. For example, another recent one was the Carve verifier node, and this is a light node that checks for result and privacy of data managed on Carve. Personally, having node sales is aligned with one of the core concepts of blockchain, which is, I think we all know, decentralization. It allows a project to bootstrap decentralization from the go by putting the nodes in the hands of the community to participate in the maintenance and running of your blockchain network and earn rewards for the contribution. Furthermore, to invite our community investors being dumped on, or to avoid the standard buy and dump, long vesting usually applies, and therefore the public gets access to favorable FDV terms, same as the big boys. This is a way to bring public deals that are typically exclusive to VCs. We think about node sales as a vehicle to unify all key stakeholders. Impossible focuses on accessibility to everyone by ensuring the public gets access to as early as tier 1 sales. And node sales work as an auction mechanism, whereas tiers get filled, this anchors the price for TGE due to the vesting terms. In fact, we're requesting teams that prior investors double down by participating in their node sales as well. So as I mentioned earlier, our founders, Calvin and Gary, were part of Binance, with Calvin leading the staking and launchpad there. Impossible has positioned itself as a node sale architect with an experienced team of diverse backgrounds in Web3. Now the team is leveraging the expertise to help projects in their different stages. Overall service focuses on pre-sale, execution, and post-sale. Now I'm going to break down this into 3 sections, which will be advisory, tech, and reach. On the advisory, we focus on 5 main things: sales strategy and tokenomics. This is where we work on the structure of the tiers for both public and private, the pricing of the nodes, the valuation, and the incentives. Then we have distribution strategies, which is the minting of the NFT licenses and sending out to the purchasers and potentially allowing people to claim it themselves in the future. In some cases, nodes are locked for a certain period of time, but once distributed, there's often a transfer period that's allowed. We also provide marketing and business development support. So this is where we help build the narrative, whether it's AI or DeepIn or chain abstraction. Then we create the relevant content for both web expert and newcomers alike. For more advanced concepts such as node sales, it grows increasingly important not to alienate those who don't fully understand it and are turned off by the technical and perceived barriers to take part. And this is also where we provide business development support to help close partnerships. Next up, we have the fundraising support, where we have access to over 150 VCs and just as many investors, funds, DAOs, angels, and even more KOLs within our ecosystem who are eager to support the earlier stages of the project. We find the right investor fit. And one point that grows more important is post-sale support. So like any project, when you've raised the funds, it's time to deliver. And with node sales, there are many steps to go, such as forming more partnerships and working with node operators to run the nodes. Of course, in many cases, you can run them yourselves, but sometimes if you have a bulk, I mean, some people might have several hundred, or you just want to avoid this, you can work with a node operator to set it up and run them. And they'll either take a cut of the rewards, or you can pay a monthly subscription. This becomes a lot more useful as people purchase nodes across multiple projects. So actually moving forward, we're going to be working closely with node operators to provide bundled services to our users. Then there's also the development of staking programs, preparing for TGE, listing on the exchanges, maintaining liquidity, and building and growing the brand and market share. So it's important to have a plan for the following months, down to the day, to keep the community informed and engaged, as they are now part of your project just as much as your early stakeholders. Some examples of our advisory with Zai, we were their advisor and public sale distributor, working for about 3 weeks together prior. For Sofon, several months before, as the advisor, tech provider, and distribution hub. With Carve, we worked for 2 months as well as the advisor, node economics model designer, tech provider, and distribution hub. Same as we did for Aether, although for Aether, we were doing that for the course of 1 year prior to the actual launch. Okay, let's move on to tech and the tech team. So I have Launchpad. It's a web app with CMS and smart contracts inbuilt. The Impossible Finance developers, who I'm always very grateful to, help to build the necessary smart contract infrastructure and UI for smooth and secured node sales on the blockchain. They are audited, tried, and tested. IF takes care of contract deployment, setting up the website and the subdomain, and ensures liveness during the sale, and operationally handles whitelists and commissions and so on. The IF app is built to scale, and we've made a lot of improvements over the years and even white labeled our product. These white labels are all variations using the same code base. You may be familiar with some of our partners, such as Ronin, their Launchpad, who uses a version of our platform, and we co-launch a lot of their games. This is also true for Aether, Sofon, and Carve node sales. We have the ability to reskin our Launchpad quickly to be utilized across chains and projects. Because of the popularity of our node sales, it was important to support a massive influx of concurrent users all trying to purchase nodes at the same time. And since we started our node sales, we have not had any downtime for all the public sales that IF have launched. We can also provide quick support for new EVM chains. For EVM chains, we've done BSC, ARB, Mantle, and ZK Sync, and any EVM chain is easily added. For Carve, part of the sale was actually conducted on Solana. Then we have our content management system, our CMS, which allows us to easily launch sales and also manage them. Many of our launch features are simplified using tools, so actually any non-technical person can help with the managing of the sales, from adding whitelisting to ref codes, organizing tier cards, and so on. And that's one thing we pride ourselves on, is that we can support each other in our different teams during crunch time when things are going a bit hectic. Some of the smart contracts that we have built, such as supporting a tier sale structure, which have different pricing for each tier. We have referral codes and discounts, which is very important for onboarding our KOLs and partners, so they can use their ref code to earn referral sales. And I'm happy to announce soon we're going to be able to claim rewards from the smart contract themselves. So I won't be getting 30 DMs a day of when commissions. We also have public and private / whitelist sales and first come, first serve mechanisms. And this allows users to race to purchase in certain tiers that we open up to large communities and not just having predetermined allocation. We've also included other features such as opening up sale cards to all tiers from the start rather than waiting for the first one to fill. So if you want to try purchase at tier 4 because you don't think you're going to get it at tier 1 because you think it's a safer bet. We also have buyback protection programs and other protections that can give specific communities or users a free call option on the token at launch to participate. Okay, next I'd like to move on to reach. Our goal is to educate so that investors can make their own decisions while helping to decentralize the network. To that end, we'll work on different marketing strategies and content. We have an incredible global network of DAOs, investors, communities, VCs, node operators, KOLs, content creators, to extend the reach of the project's brand and form strategic partnerships, extensive connections, and gain the fundraising support for the sale. Some of the regions we have activated, obviously the CIS, Korea, Turkey, USA, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, Ukraine, China, Taiwan are some of our biggest areas. We've always had strong KOL partnerships, but beginning with Zai and taking off with Aether, where we opened up a referral and content program, we had over 1,000 KOLs apply to join, which played a huge role in the success of the sale. And also meant I didn't sleep for a few weeks. Our KOL program is being continually developed. We ensure fair and attractive referral commissions to those partaking and often include extra benefits for those who may sell a certain amount, such as you get a free node if you hit 25K worth of referrals, and also multipliers for being able to refer sales in higher tiers in the public sales. We provide them a ref code to use their communities, and we're expecting them to reach communities in different regions with translations and localizing their content, which is especially important these days. They may create their own content based on the research reports, Git books, or the white papers. And as mentioned earlier, we have connections to over 100 VCs that we have worked closely with and provide access to the whitelist sales. And this is the same for DAOs and other communities we work with, who have all had a wide and diverse network of audience, users, and members that we could actually not hope to reach ourselves given certain regional barriers and language issues. I suppose today is a perfect example of expanding our reach with our close partners. Just an example for some of the deals we have with our bigger partners that I forgot to mention earlier. They may come in and purchase a whole tier in a first come, first serve mechanic. So in one case, we whitelisted several thousand wallets for, I think it was tier 7 for CIS community, which had about 8,000 nodes. And this was sold out in 3 minutes. So, we couldn't imagine reaching those types of communities without our partners around the world and providing access to them to our partner projects. Okay, maybe I'll just round this off some statistics that we'd like to share with you. What you're looking at are screenshots of Dune. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Dune, but it's a great tool where you can create dashboards of all the key information from our sales, including number of nodes sold, number of unique node operators, as well as overall ETH values or stable coin, whatever the currency might be, in public, in private, and which can be broken down into, let's say, wallets or ref codes. For those in our referral programs, if any of you are listening, you know that you enter in your ref code to see how many people used it during your purchase period. This actually allows us to track performances over time and helps us decide on what rewards and benefits we can offer you in future sales. So anyhow, following the success of Zai's node sale in November, which was the largest public node sale at the time, which raised about 20 million then, where we activated our KOL network that helped account for about 25% of these total sales. So subsequent node sales have further validated and expanded the model's popularity and efficacy. Aether and Sofon, for instance, significantly outperformed this record, raising over 150 million and 60 million respectively to date, comparable with some of the highest IDO raises. We also recently launched with Carve, which achieved 34 million to date. So if you just look at my screen, you can see the data. This one's for Aether, where 74,000 nodes were purchased, over 20,000 node operators, 41.9 ETH sold, I believe, at the time. And as I said before, over 100 million sales. We activated over 700 KOLs, partners, VCs, and syndicates, and it's actually 100% sold out until tier 25. That was probably one of the craziest days of my life, but it was a great experience. But yeah, I'd just like to say, total sales is not the most important metric to operate. Sorry, it's not the most important metric, because you need to operate the nodes as many unique wallets as possible. This is adding to the decentralization of the project's network. So that concludes my short talk. I hope I didn't rush through it too quickly. I'm not sure if I made it in the 20 minutes. It's a lot to share, but at Impossible, we believe in identifying and supporting quality teams and projects. Before any form of public launch, if it's IDOs or node sales, our advisory services and collaborations with these teams, they begin long before the success of the launches. We genuinely believe in the potential of these projects, having witnessed their development and achievements firsthand. This long-term commitment is exemplified by a relationship with projects like Aether, where we have seen the team's growth and innovation over time, and Sofon, where our connection with the founders extends back to our shared involvement in the ZK Sync ecosystem. By providing comprehensive support and leveraging our extensive network, Impossible Finance is not just here to facilitate node sales, but to ensure the sustained success and growth of the projects that we back. We have loads of opportunities to work together in the future. If anyone's interested in our upcoming sales, please check out our TG or our website and blogs. Whether you're an investor, KOL, or you're just interested in node sales, we're always happy to widen our community. So, with that, I'd like to again to say thank you to Incrypted for being an integral part of our node sale journey, and hope to see more of your great content in the future. And yeah, thank you to everyone. Enjoy the conference and your weekend. Goodbye from Malaysia.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Adam, for the interesting presentation. You said at the beginning that you appreciate our support. I'm glad that we are partners. Great product, great results. Congrats with that, and wish you the best results in the future. So thank you, and you're always welcome in Ukraine offline when the war will over someday. So you're always welcome, mate.
Very much appreciated. Thank you for having me, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye. So guys, we're moving to the next speaker. It'll be Francesco Andreoli from its developer relation from Consensys. He will be presenting the topic Web3 and beyond, democratizing digital assets. Please welcome Francesco.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me well? Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me well?
Hey, Francesco, we are hearing you well, but your presentation is blanked. I don't know why. And we can see you.
I can see it. Can you guys see the presentation? I see on my screen.
Maybe it's something on my side. So we can ask the audience, do you see Francesco and see his presentation? Please plus in the chat.
I love it. You guys are creating this engagement moment.
It's okay. We in Ukraine, we always have some problems with electricity or whatever, so it's okay. No, audience don't see you. So
Share this again. I hear. Let's see if it's working.
yeah, we see it now, and
Nice.
see you as well.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, Ivan, for the invite and facilitating the stage management. I know it's not easy. I think coordinating this fully online. Cool.
Thank you so much for coming. I understand that you have not a lot of free time slots, so the stage is yours. You have 20 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Ivan. So yeah, pleasure to meet everybody. I see like the chat is super like trafficked, so it's actually great to see like so many engaged people. So let's get it started. I think like this was very specific, and I'm quite honored to actually do this online. And again, big shout out to everybody, like like pushing the Web3 ecosystem further, especially like in these special occasions, right? So the talk today is all about Web3 and beyond, democratizing digital assets, but we need more structure. We need to decentralize more products, and as everything really like all about creating a economy for
Francesco, it's a very bad connection. Maybe something with the Wi-Fi or internet. Sorry.
To bunch of like what's called snaps. So for anybody that doesn't know, snaps we will go a little bit later on it, and yes, I'm just overseeing different things around the developer community. And this cool thing is a picture of me back in East Denver, trying to actually like do something funny. Cool. Let's get it started. So what are really the principles? I want to bore you about the on a specific thing, but most important is because we don't have really people, and I just want to share like all the 5 principles that I'm thinking will yield our products.
Francesco, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
A much more, let's say, consensual web.
Francesco,
I don't know if it's me, if it's lagging. I should have.
It's very bad connection. Maybe you have another internet source.
It does look I'm lagging though. Is it me, Ivan, or?
Now we can hear you well, but before it was very big lags on connection, unfortunately.
That's super strange. Okay. Let me just quickly check. Super sorry about this. Hopefully not being not like that. Let's just continue and see. Like if not, I will just switch to Twitter. But 5 principles around, right? So user own account is one of the biggest part that I consider like why we need to build more consensual web products. So you want to make accounts fully interoperable. You want to make sure that users can exchange and have their identity on a self-custodial basis, basically owning really their identity or information. Then on a second part is that you want to have a fully accessible interface, meaning like everything that you're building around site request and access to specific like external APIs, you need to be fully comprehensible and modifiable, right? This is very important because you want to also like have this access is king. You want to make sure that you're building a fully transparent system where users can actually opt in, opt out anytime, and having an accessible interface, right? That's we're coming basically to the third pillar, and it's all about explicit requests, right? You want to have the user control fully as kind of like your role need to be fully around the user control centric approach, meaning like you want to make sure that everything around user opt-in, opt-out, access to funds, account information is being shared and transparent with users. That's coming like to the fourth one that I'm big advocate to is revocable permissions. You want to make sure that every permission that the users, especially in wallets, you're giving to transact with, or you're doing something about it, you want to make sure that you're able to revoke those permissions every time. And then obviously, like, you know, this like Web3 is a journey, right? We're always like expanding our product functionality, so you want to make sure also that the users like that they're using like the products, they are able to see this kind of like progressive like modularity around the, like your product feature extension, right? And this obviously like everybody need to be comfortable with. Meaning like also like you want to make sure that people know what this is happening. So just to give a little bit like 4 bullet points on what kind of like the lesson learned here, right? So you want to build a product that are fully interoperable between each other, and they're built for the community first. So and that's why like, you know, active community feedback is very important. But if you're providing like a much more structure that is not just providing feedback, is giving a lot of more like adding value for the community out there. You want to build for utility. I really like the third point around social trust and attestation. I think this is one of the biggest use case around open source transparency, due diligence for a specific use case. And then a third one, you want to build for accessibility, meaning you want to extend your product, you want to make aware your basically like people using your product, like that you're extending it, and all this need to be happening on a very transparent way. So what does the future of wallet look like? So obviously, like, I don't know, but I can tell you like what will not look like, right? So I believe like, you know, we will have no PvP like play, so player versus player. I don't think, you know, like there is one journey that fits everybody. So we are seeing today like different journeys. You will see people that are more like, you know, DeFi user, people that are more like social on-chain users. So people want to have a specific, dedicated, and personalized wallets and instruments in their Web3 journey, right? And most important is, I don't think like, you know, one entity knows best, right? Like I mentioned that to different like, you know, hackathons, like sometimes we're getting so much around the weeds, and, you know, understanding what the community want and on a much more active level is what is key. And that's kind of like the history around everything around MetaMask snaps, right? So just to recap those 5 principles, right? So you want to put at the forefront like your users. You want to make sure that you are empowering users through like, you know, Web3 interface that looks like very straightforward. You want to make sure you're building this kind of like trust paradigm that users just trust, but they own, and they are fully transparent to make people understand that this is happening. And then it's all about decentralization, right? Like we are, especially in Consensys, we're taking a step further in decentralizing our product. Maybe you saw what is happening with Infura with Dyma, the decentralized node infrastructure. You see with like, you know, MetaMask snaps, fully permissionless innovation that I will speak a little bit about later. And you see also like obviously like linear zkVM, obviously on the road to type 2 rollup, right? Fourth part is obviously like why we are decentralizing our products is also to empower fully communities, so that not just community can self-govern themselves, but also they can give feedback and enhance the functionality of specific like products, like for example MetaMask and Wong. So why and what is this in a word, right? And this is why I'm a big advocate in the space, right? This is all about permissionless innovation, and we are trying to build an economy where really we unleash the power of everybody in this community. Everybody's a builder, so from developer to creators in the space, right? And I think this can be accessed on different angles, and unleashing community is one of the most powerful things that we can leverage around the Web3 economies. That's where coming around snaps up, right? I don't know how many of you guys heard about MetaMask snaps. Now that we have the chat, feel free to say, if you heard of it, if you build one or if you use one, right? And I will tell you a little bit more what are snaps in a nutshell, right? So think about that. Today you're using your MetaMask extension, and MetaMask snaps are nothing else as add-ons, basically like enhancing the functionality of what the wallet does today, right? So think about non-EVM compatible snap. Think about notification snap. Think about security snap. So basically like adds-on features that are being installed in your wallet that are able to extend the functionality of what the extension does today. And here are some of the use case that I'm mentioning here. Like obviously, like interoperability is a big one. Transaction inside. I don't know how many of you guys use also like some of the transaction inside or privacy or notification snaps. But they're quite good. I'm using like from some of the security snap. I'm using it like every day. Yeah, I will put up some links out for anybody to check it out. But snaps.metamask.io, you see all this kind of like allows list. Now is a list of like 50 plus snaps, 4 main categories. And we can also go through like later if you have a little bit time. So I just want to point it out two things around the MetaMask snaps that is important that everybody really understand, because I get asked quite a lot. So snap, think about our NPM package for the developers out here that are fully isolated, right? So meaning a snap cannot automatically access all your MetaMask data, right? So for anything that is happening, so basically like every snap use a fully permissionless and dedicated like account like management processes. So a snap has to require permission to do things like access to internet and send a notification. I will show you a little bit like a screenshot quickly of what is happening, but this is very important to understand. So snaps are fully isolated, right? Think about a module around the wallet. So the second point that I want to mention is, fully transparency is really important for any snaps builder and any users installing any of those features. So before really you're installing, you can just verify it. You can go to the source, you can see where the snap is hosted, you can see where the code, so you can do diligence yourself. You can see all the author, and also very important, you can see all the permissions that are being requested. So on here, on your right side here, you see the wallet guard snap. This is a security snap. And the cool thing is that you really see before even installing, what permissions the snaps will ask to the extension, right? Think about here, allow website to communicate directly with the snap, access to the internet, right? Very specific permission ask that you can, after install, you can have, and you can just revoke access afterwards when you're not anymore comfortable to use with. So three main things, right? So you can personalize your wallet with snaps. You need to know that those are fully self-custodials, so they're not centralized in any way. Those snaps will live in your wallet under your settings, and you can just revoke those accesses anytime that you want. And then obviously like what you want to install depends, is up to you, right? So think about different use case, think about like what you're interested to know more. So it's very important to understand that you are in control of each feature that you want to add to your wallet today. So this is the MetaMask snaps directory. Here is just a QR code quickly, like to show you guys. So you will see like a fully allow list that I mentioned before. There are four current categories. So interoperability. So think about the Solana snap that a lot of people are downloading and using every day. There is also BTC snap. There are different non-EVM compatible snaps, and that's the interoperability one. Then you have the security. You have different like security snap that are basically like flagging even before signing a transaction, like if you're interacting with a malicious contract or not. It's basically like adds on around like safety that is very interesting if you're a user that want to have more data points around your transactions. Communication and account management snaps is also like the other category. And yeah, and feel free also like to ask any questions in the chat. Thanks Ivan for writing this up. Then for the developers out there, oh Ivan, you want to say something? Oh, good. Let's move forward. Right, for the developers out there here, like you can build your own snaps. Right, this is a quick like snaps builder QR code that you can just scan and check it out. So we have different ways that you can start building your snaps. So there is a full example repos. You can fork like a snap example or a mono repo that you can actually take and build on top of this. And there are also like different snaps that you can take specific to that, right? And we have a bunch of things. We have GitHub discussion. You can see like all the docs. We have also like a full a developer portal. You can actually check it out and see. And for any of those more information, we have also like an amazing developer relation person inside our team called Ziad that is always like super approachable for any question that you have. Cool. So the third part before, because I think we're almost on time, is obviously like snaps are increasing in awareness. More people are using it, and that's why we're always coming to the question, where we stand around like community grow, right? And that's why building cool technology is not enough, right? You want to build a strong developer ecosystem. You want to have specific like frameworks that you want to align on specific activations. You want to really understand what builders, I'm saying builders, it could be like users, they want to adopt this technology, but also like developers, they want to build and further extend the functionality of the wallet, really needs and want. And then you want to make sure that you are adapting those activations based on an holistic approach, meaning really understanding where in the funnel those developers are and supporting them on different ways, right? So that's why I'm coming to my let's say one of the first framework that I built and I presented back in Denver, and this is basically like I'm trying to understand what are the true builders needs, right? So um, everything around making sure that the builders have what they need, right? So I don't know if you remember this hierarchy of builder needs, and basically like I adapted that to Francesco hierarchy of builder needs, and that's nothing else as a pyramid where you identify different stages of what builders need to foster for you to foster their kind of like a nurturing this relationship between them, right? So you have a really like on the basic, like what you need to do in order to make sure to get your, let's say, developer not just adopted, but let's say actively like feedbacked with, and stuff like being active where the ecosystem is, like having an access to resources. Your docs need to be fully on specific like on top, like you want to have specific tutorials, you want to have your like what we had with Consensys Academy, right? You want to have your education and training really set on stones. And then the second part is all about the safety. You want to build an ecosystem that is not like fully like putting the products on your face or the developer face, but actually speaking around verticals and use case around that. That's why all this kind of like building those ecosystem builder meetups and ecosystem support that is Web3 and not specific to one single product. You want to be this kind of thought leader in the space for your specific vertical. That's why it's super important. And then obviously like we have different ones. I don't want to like bore you guys with everything, but stuff like virtual hackathons, ambassador program, like virtual activation, or like community calls. This is something that is coming always like as a secondary level. But important that everybody understand here that you wanna really have your lower pyramid really like rock solid delivered to builders, right? This is a QR code of the I put like a much detailed written like blog post on this pyramid, and also like some of the funnels that I will mention you guys in a few moments. And then we have specific things. So engage developers successfully. I think we're almost on time, so I will let you guys go. But this is the second funnel, and yeah, I want to say thanks so much for Incrypted and the full team that brought it over, and thanks, Ivan.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that your internet connection became well, because it was very interesting presentation. I understand that it's hard to put everything in 20 minutes, but you did it perfectly. Thank you. I hope that someday you will be offline in Ukraine. Also, you're always welcome. Have a good day, and
Thank you so much,
we're
Ivan.
moving to the next speaker. Thank you. Hey guys, we're moving to our next speaker. It'll be co-founder of Near Protocol, Illia Polosukhin. Please welcome Illia. Hey Ilya, so glad to see you again. How are you today?
Good to see you too. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. You have a good internet connection.
Hopefully,
so
yeah.
I'm happy. Yeah. So I'm sharing your presentation. You have 20 minutes. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Well, it's really great to be here. Congrats to Incrypted for all the kind of amazing progress you guys done, and obviously celebrating it with this series of events. I want to dive into how AI and Web3 work together, and kind of give you an understanding where Near is going with a lot of different pieces that we're building in the ecosystem. So for those who don't know me, my background is in machine learning and AI. I worked at Google Research, leading a team that was working on natural language understanding, question answering, machine translation. So if you ask Google questions on google.com, back before Gemini, we were answering questions by understanding kind of text of the pages. Now, we had a lot of challenges with doing that in production back in 2016. And so with a group of researchers, we developed a new model, which is called Transformers, and as a paper of attention is all you need. And now Transformers is the basis of all of the deep learning, machine learning that's happening. It's a T in GPT. It powers Gemini, Midjourney, and everything else kind of that's being developed right now. I since then left Google to start Near, which was originally AI startup. We were teaching machines to code using transformers back in 2017, so very early. And the kind of core challenge we were facing, we were trying to get more training data, and we were engaging people around the world who are students usually who didn't have bank accounts. Sending money from US to even Ukraine was challenging, to China. And so we ended up looking at crypto as a solution of our own problem, which is how do we pay people at scale programmatically without caring where they live? And so that's actually how Near Protocol started, which our realization that there needs to be a protocol that can scale to billions of users, be easy to use for new people, and easy to develop on. Now, our vision is really where people control their own assets, data, and power of governance. It's a very high-level vision of the self-sovereignty, user ownership that this space, I think, really aligns around as a whole. But we've been kind of building out all of the necessary infrastructure to really enable that all people, right, billions of people are able to do that. Now, on the other side, what we've seen, right, with progress in generative AI and the fact that the kind of big tech companies have massive flywheels around as more money come in, they're able to invest more into AI. AI is able to kind of create products that are able to capture more of users' attention, and attention is what's monetized, so they make more money. We have kind of a very high risks that the whole Web3 vision will not be successful, because if few companies monopolize everybody's attention, at the end there will not be an option for user ownership, right? Because they will control data. There will be no kind of user ownership of your assets, because you will kind of like all the money will be sucked into them, and obviously you will not be able to have any governance or any choice on what these companies do. And so we see a major transformations of business models and value chains that's happening in kind of the world because of this kind of collision. And it's important to understand what is the alternative we propose. Now, right now as well, just to give you an idea, the way the closed AI model work is a lot of different participants who are engaging with the data set that goes into the model itself, and then the kind of prompt processing, as well as what you see at inference time. And they're deciding what you're going to see. They're deciding on the bias that model will have. They're deciding on potentially injecting ads even into the output. So the reality is it's extremely kind of opaque process, and has a lot of areas where as you kind of adjust things, it can start changing how people perceive reality that benefits, again, for example, this company financially. And I think important to note is these companies are not evil inherently. They just have an incentive structure that maximizes revenue for them. And if they don't do that, if they don't post increased revenue every year, they actually are going to start collapsing, right? So for-profit companies can only go either in growth mode or in death mode, kind of in the public markets. And so we have massive kind of conflict already arising from this, right? There's lots of there's a lot of pretty much lawsuits going on. And the problem is that regulators are not set out to really do this, right? They're not technical. This space is evolving extremely fast. And in reality, the regulations will only solidify positions of the big companies because they know how to play this game. And at the same time, obviously, academia doesn't have that much ability to compete here. And so we need a combination, right? We need a user-owned internet where the AI is user-owned as well, right? Where AI is on the side of the user, on their success, their privacy, enables customization, community stewardship, well-being. And obviously, we need Web3 as a kind of user ownership platform, be the developer platform and incentive platform. And so that's kind of all together, we call it user-owned internet. And that's what Near is building. And so there's a stack that kind of you can pretty much imagine that formed, which is built on kind of traditional Web2 internet, Web2 operating system stack. But it includes a new way of handling personal and creator data. It has this user-owned AI layer, and it has this trustless interaction blockchain layer. And it has this generated and kind of customizable experiences that are not kind of shipped to you by monolithic kind of as monolithic app from a single company. And so Web3 and AI are not kind of distinct entities, right? It's just technologies that enable to build this future. And AI without Web3 has pretty much no alternative to this mega corporation mode. An AI platform itself, leads to a shift in use cases and user behavior that honestly Web3 kind of lacked a underlying, shift in how people interact with computing to actually latch onto and build, true adoption. So we kind of see AI as this drive right now that Web3 has now opportunity to present why Web3 is better that lacked before. And so diving in a little bit in those layers on trustless interaction side, one of the important pieces has been we actually kind of made Web3 even more fragmented and even more kind of complicated to use than it was already, right? Like if you're an application developer and you launch a single app, like your single chain, your app has a very limited addressable market, right? You only addresses users here. You have fragmented liquidity, user experience, developer experience, app discovery, like how many like times, you know, okay, what are the apps on this chain? What actually works? Which ones are not trying to hack me? Obviously, like I have, you know, dozens of wallet providers with, you know, over 100 addresses across different chains. And it's like extremely hard to manage and use. And kind of as an end user, like you just want, you know, economic opportunity, you want cool applications and experiences. You don't want to be kind of, you know, managing the complexity of all of the Web3 infrastructure providers. And so we established this chain abstraction movement kind of with this idea that the chain shouldn't matter when when you're building an application for the user. The chain should be abstracted and users should be able to get the benefits, right? Again, see the new economic opportunity, be able to participate in the economy wherever they are, as well as, you know, experience new cool things that people are building, right? There's a lot of interesting new applications that people are experimenting with. Now, to enable that, you do still need scalability under the hood because you want, you know, billions of users. And so Near been pioneering this from 2018, from the time we kind of started on this journey, building out a sharded blockchain, enabling kind of linear scaling with the demand, right? As more users come in, as more transactions come in, we can actually expand the size of the block by adding more shards. And at the same time, Near has been kind of pushing the asynchronous composability, allowing to have contracts to kind of compose to each other in a synchronous manner within 1 second kind of block latency. And so now we see kind of the space in general starting to adopt the synchronicity as kind of a way to deal with, you know, with all the layer 2s. And so Near, in a way, you know, in a simplified way, is actually every contract on Near is its own rollup, and we just kind of package them effectively and efficiently to make sure that they are communicate to each other as synchronized as quickly as possible, and you don't need as many machines. You don't need for each contract a separate machine to run it, right? They're kind of batched into shards to run on, you know, smallest number of computers that's needed. Now, for a while, this was just an interesting thesis, but what we've seen in March this year is a growth spur of usage on Near, and we've seen that on other chains as well. And when this happens on other chains, they start to increase fees to pretty much price out some of the transactions because they cannot handle more capacity. Now on Near, what happened is in March, the 2 more shards were added to the network, increasing the capacity of the network by 50% and pretty much maintaining the transaction fees for everyone who's been kind of participating on Near. So this kind of really proved out this thesis of sharding allowing to expand the capacity of the network with demand. Now, the other part that we are launching, and kind of it's been live in testnet with over 20 projects building, is chain signatures. And this is allowing anyone on Near to be able to transact on other chains. You have kind of Near account being able to go and use things on the other chains. Now, what all of this brings together, right, is the fact that Near is already a home for top consumer apps. We have over 15, even more 17 million monthly actives. You know, Near has usually 3 or 4 apps in top 10 in daily actives. And so all of this is really just users who we brought to Web3 now being able to transact across all chains. Now, switching gears a little bit, and I have only a few minutes left, our focus kind of, you know, now that we established the being home for consumer apps, we established the chain abstraction to really access all of the chains, is to bring that next layer, which is user-owned AI, and make Near home for that. And as I mentioned, it's really all about optimizing for your well-being, economic success, maintaining ownership and privacy, and enabling everyone to benefit from this. There's a stack that kind of needs to be built across data layer, infra layer, and application layer that really enables this to kind of come together, right? In a way, we're rebuilding a lot of pieces that usually you have inside centralized company to really use it at scale. I'm not going to go too deep, just in the interest of time, on how this works, but obviously there's a lot of things that happen on a data layer. We need a new way to monetize for creators, because the current creator economy that's attention-based is going to go away. We also need, on the model side of this, infrastructure, compute, specialization. There is, different approaches to the provable inference that are being explored right now in the space. And for applications, there's a lot of different interesting ways to use it. But just to mention kind of an interesting, very blockchain native way is so-called intelligent assets, really enabling to program assets not with code and Solidity or Rust, but actually with natural language, and allow them to be more intelligent. That's how they act based on other inputs. Now, with caveat that you can right now jailbreak them, and we do need a more solid systems on how we protect kind of an adversarial environment, LLM inference. Now, looking forward beyond that, you can imagine that the future work is fully blockchain based, where the work itself is split into kind of smaller tasks, which can be done by people or AIs based on how, kind of the type of task that is there. And from a perspective of whoever put the task in, they don't really need to think about it, is this like person or AI, because they're just paying into this marketplace, and that gets executed. Again, the important part here, the blockchain facilitates this transactions where on blockchain, you don't really care if it's a person, AI, or a cat on the other side, if they do what they kind of what protocol prescribes them to do correctly. Now, looking forward beyond that, there is kind of AI governance, AI CEO idea that will really start transforming how we do DAOs and how we do kind of some of this governance, where the AI is in the middle of the process itself, trying to just kind of prescribe and figure out what are the next actions that will benefit the whole DAO, the whole ecosystem. And it's important because this is solving the principal agent problem that exists in kind of everywhere, where the agents we select, right, be that representatives or kind of managers, they always have some of their own interests and incentives, and so they don't fully represent the people who they who selected them. So, with AI, you can have a full transparency on decision making. You can understand why some decisions were made, and you can give feedback on kind of directly to change the behavior if you don't align with it. So, as kind of Near Foundation, we started a Near AI Lab, which is specifically focused on long-term research and development. And we have a very specific master plan, which is bringing back what Near AI worked on in 2017 around making AI developer, which will help us to create AI researcher, which will research how to do AGI. Now, for AI developer specifically, I'll just show you a very quick, how it looks like. You're able to describe a type of app you want to build. So for example, decentralized freelance marketplace, it writes out a specification, and then it actually goes and writes smart contract front end and middleware indexing code, pretty much building out the applications for you. So this is all coming. We really are now at this split in the road where the big companies and kind of the incentives there are going to continue trying to centralize all of the power and financial power, as well as using all of the personal data and kind of trying to really extract as much revenue out of that system as possible. And then we have the systems that we all building in Web3 that are kind of have an opportunity to showcase a new type of platform, the new way of kind of benefiting users and new incentives. And I think we are at the stage where kind of if we don't execute well, if we don't show the benefit, if we continue playing the casino and not really showcase to the end user at mass how this benefits them, we're going to lose, and we're going to kind of converge into this bad state. So I'm just encourage everyone to really start thinking on how do we benefit users in mass? How do we build applications that are going to really change how we live, while also focusing on user ownership and kind of user success? So thank you. Hope this was informed. Keep track on my Twitter, IllBlackDragon, and see you soon.
Wow, it was really tough, mate. It was cool to push all these data in 20 minutes. It was really interesting. Thank you for perfect timing. I have to understand what is to explain what is woof woof in our chat. So it's a meme coin double dog, which is minted on Near protocol. So it's a huge community in Ukraine, and they're happy to see you. So thanks for coming. Thanks for your time. We're moving to our next speaker. Thank you. And our next speaker will be co-founder of 1inch, Sergej Kunz. He will be speaking about the future of DeFi. Please welcome Sergej. Hey, Sergej, nice to see you. 1inch is our long-term partner, and I'm happy to see you here. Thank you for enormous support for all these years. So we're extremely waiting for your thoughts and ideas to share with our community. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So hi, everyone. My name is Sergej. I am co-founder of 1inch, and I'm going to speak today about intents, the future of DeFi. So what are intents in DeFi? Intents are planned actions aimed to achieve desired goals. Intent-based architecture is a way to design and use DeFi that focus on what users want to achieve rather than on how they achieve it. So if you look on the regular transactions, you have direct and explicit actions executed on a blockchain. So we see we facilitate basic transactions in the regular way. We can use swaps, we can use smart contracts, user define a strategy and execute the transaction by themselves. But we have also intents. It's a new thing what is right now. So use and also built and expanded by more and more projects. We have multi-step operations, conditional and specific, conditional on specific criteria, enable more advanced and optimized DeFi strategies. And very important thing is that users submit their intents and professionals define a strategy behind that and execute relevant transactions. So the user don't think what is under the hood. User want to get something, and how it's gonna be done, it's not interesting for the end user. So we have the traditional approach on one side. So user wants to swap a token for another. So user need to make all the necessary steps by themselves. User need to pay transaction costs, and also take kind of security measurements. Yeah. You take risk by executing the transaction by yourself. So that means user is managing the how, how it's going to be executed, because the user send the transaction executed on a blockchain. So intent-based approach, example would be you send a request to DeFi platform. I want to swap one token for another. And professional market maker utilize various strategies, liquidity sources, and security measures to fulfill your intent. So you're focusing on what? So the intent, so that means you just say what you want, and someone who is doing it professionally every day, multiple hundreds of times every day, they execute transactions for the user. So benefits of intents. We have optimized decision making, so user can set conditions. for the trades, for any interaction. Yeah. Also interactions, multiple directions, what depends from each other. You have better risk management. So Intents can include risk parameters, so you can set specific conditions. So you get kind of safety by declaring intent. It's also possible to set up advanced financial strategies, stake, delegate, collect rewards, create leverage position. A lot of things are possible. You can automate. So, for example, if you need to claim your staking rewards or farming rewards every week, it can be done by using intent. So you just declare, like a cron job, I would like that my tokens are claimed every week and maybe also sold like to USDC and transferred somewhere else. It can be done through intents. So it improves the user experience a lot. And so the user just defines like the wishes, yeah, and it's going to be executed automatically. So it's also to get it's also kind of possible to extract more efficiency from what you're doing with intents. So intents can be used for limit orders, for swaps, for liquidity provisioning. These are kind of pain points what we have right now in the market from my point of view, and also cross-chain. And actually more. So actually you can build a lot of highly complex strategies based on intents. Complexity is hidden from the end customer, from the user, and taken by professional executors. What kind of intents are right now existing in DeFi? We have limit orders. It's a 1-inch limit order protocol with 85% of market share right now. 0x, one of the first, like I would say maybe the first protocol for limit orders. Uniswap came with a limit order approach, and CowSwap. We have swaps, of course, 1-inch. Uniswap X came with similar approaches, 1-inch with the Dutch auction. We have 0x who operate alone without additional resolvers. How I know, CowSwap offer all the swaps, but in settlement of centralized manner. Cross-chain, we see like there's a Kinetics network protocol, Deep-Bridge, also Near protocol. So you have seen the last presentation from Illia. So you can set up an intent and actually execute something on other chain. Also nice thing. And of course we have smart contract wallets. We have Safe, we have Archit, we have Avocado wallet, who also work with intents. So limit orders, what is a limit order? It's a tool where you can set up your trading strategies. You just set limit order and execute, let execute someone based on your off-chain order on specific rate. But more of course, complex strategies can be done. Like take profit, trading stop, and actually much more. Swaps, of course, we introduced Fusion already, I guess 1.5 years ago, maybe more, almost maybe 2. So where the user declare intent off-chain and it's executed by professionals. If you speak about 1-inch Fusion itself, it's a little bit complicated thing, I would say, on the first view, but actually it's highly simple. It's highly efficient based on our limit Aura protocol, actually an upgrade with a specific approach for market swaps. So you see, this is our engine. I tried to make it fully understandable on one slide. So you see we have retail customers, we have institutional customers, we have ML service providers who are screening both sides, the client side and also the market maker side. We are highly audited here with the One-Inch Fusion with a lot of security audits. You see our resolvers, our professional market makers, who also are verified. We have KYB on the foundation side with the market makers to ensure that there are no malicious actors. Market makers are using different liquidity sources, sourced from around the network, and also beyond, so also from centralized exchanges. We have our pathfinder who helps our market makers to find the execution path and also to find the current quote, market quote. And you see, we can work in multiple networks. I will also explain about that in the next slides. But before, I would speak about the problem, why we have built intent-based swap protocol is because we see a lot of math attacks. So there are people who front-run, DeFi users, Web3 users who extract value from every transaction, what is done by the user directly. Yeah. So for example, you provide liquidity in Uniswap, someone can front-run you and extract the maximal acceptable impact when you provide liquidity. It could be 50 bips. If you provide a lot of money, you could lose a good amount of money. So what happened actually to me, I was angry about that and thought we can maybe fix this situation. So you see, in 2019, like around $300,000 were only stolen from the user by attacking them through sandwich attacks and front-running attacks. 2020, it was already almost $4 billion of US dollars. 21, 4.3 billion. 22, we had also over 4 billions around, and 23 we have almost 9 billion. 24 is more. So, and more wallets were attacked, and it's a problem. Yeah, and to solve this problem, we decided to build a protocol architecture what is protected from math by design. So, this is this One-Inch Fusion swap, what is based on a Dutch auction. And the user don't care just about how it's protected or something. They just use it and declare what they want. We have gasless swaps, of course. This is off-chain Aura, similar to limit Aura. Just we get a signature from the user. This signature is distributed among market makers, and user don't pay anything in transaction costs. It can maybe charge in the return amount, so in the rate. So the user would see maybe in the rate, but overall for trades above $5,000, user get already better execution, better rates, so they don't pay actually the transaction costs. So liquidity is coming from across the entire network and all the liquidity sources. So that are centralized exchanges. This is also liquidity from the market makers, so they work with own balances. They also arbitrage among DeFi protocols in the same network where the trade happens, and also they use different networks. So if you think about okay, if you set limit order on 1 inch, you get it executed by someone who hedge on position on centralized exchange like Binance. So you don't need actually Binance account to trade on Binance. You can just use Liberator protocol or Fusion on 1inch to get the liquidity also from Binance, also from these tokens what are not super liquid on chain. So the future is cross chain, and I'm gonna explain why. So you see, this TVL comparison. We have a lot of money on Ethereum, but we have also a lot of money on layer 2. We have also other networks like Polygon, Binance Smart Chain. We have also other non-VM, EVM compatible chains like Solana. For example, Ethereum is bridged in a lot of places. USDC is also in a lot of places, USDT. And this liquidity can be used by using cross-chain swaps. So cross-chain swaps enable an exchange of assets across different blockchains, networks, increase liquidity, and improve accessibility of DeFi ecosystem. So intent and cross-chain swaps allow user in highly user-friendly manner to swap cross network. So good example could be you could sell meme coin on Base to Bitcoin. Yeah, so doesn't need to be EVM compatible. So theoretically, it needs to be just ready for atomic swap technology, and most of the networks are compatible. Like also XRP, for example, Ledger support out of box escrow. Bitcoin with the Bitcoin script works very well with the atomic swap approach. Simple technology existing since a long time, and we don't invent something new. I would say use something what works very well. It's highly simple. The problem was, I guess, that no one could implement it properly because they had not enough ecosystem components. What we have right now is at 1inch with market makers who are operating cross-chain already. So the future of intent-driven DeFi is user should not care about what network they use right now. So as a user, I have maybe many tokens among different networks, and I should not care about what network I'm connected right now. I just should set intent. I want to move from Ethereum to Solana or to Bitcoin, and it can be done easily since we have good environment with market makers, professional executors. I have one more thing, small share about our new product. On each card, you pay with cryptocurrencies everywhere by using MasterCard. So just check it out if you're interested. Let's connect. We have of course we have some products like Dev Portal to onboard new developers. If you're a developer, use our wallet. If you're interested in Web3 and you're Web3 user, and also let's speak about partnerships. We are very happy to have any collaboration what would help to develop our Web3 space. That's all. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Sergej, thank you very much for continuously bringing something technically new to industry. It's very important for everybody because it moves our industry forward, and you're on the top notch of that. And we're happy that we're long-term partners during your way, helping you to make this known in the audience, because it's good that you do it, but audience should know about that. I'm glad that with your good new product like 1inch card, And happy to see you someday in Ukraine offline. You're always welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye. Hey guys, our next speaker is Chief Marketing Officer at Binance. It's Rachel Conlan, and we will have some kind of Q&A session. So we prepare some questions, again, them from our community, some questions prepared by ourselves. So please welcome Rachel, the CMO of Binance. Hey, Rachel, nice to see you. Hello.
Hi, Ivan. Dobro dnia. Rada buti sigo di z vami. I apologize if I butchered that, but at least try.
Cool. It was cool. So happy to see you here. Thanks for coming. Thanks for finding free slots for us. Many of our readers and audience already familiar with you because we made some kind of interview with Incrypted. For those who are not familiar, so please make a little introduction of yourself. What are you doing in Binance?
Yeah, of course. Just before I introduce myself, I do want to start by saying I wish I could be speaking with you all there in person. I know as a community today we're offline given the challenging times for Ukraine. And just on behalf of the team at Binance, I just want to say how committed we are to supporting Ukraine and caring for the community as much as we can. But we do thank you for all the strength and resilience.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, let me just share a little bit about me and what I do. So I'm the Global Chief Marketing Officer of Binance. And what that means is I oversee all of our brand and marketing activities globally, regionally and locally. That job involves working closely with our founders and the leadership team now to kind of set and implement like how we speak to people in the market. So ensuring that the brand, the colors, the copy is consistent. I work across a lot of campaigns, both globally and locally to drive kind of discussion and engagement with the community. And that involves everything from digital strategy to partnerships to events. But most importantly, it's really about spending time with our global and local community. Of course, I'm not one person that does that all. We have an incredible team of 218 marketers, including some who are on the call. And really what we're doing is analyzing marketing trends, understanding, our community and our users' behavior. And really trying to be, as one of our values is about being user obsessed. So ensuring that we're taking user feedback and using that to refine our product, to refine our user experience, and really just ensure that we're continuing to create, a strong business and brand for Binance and for the community, and maintain our position as the leader, but overall kind of create that thriving ecosystem that we all want to see.
Got it. Thank you. So the next question will be different topic. Very interesting. What is about the situation with Tigran Gambaryan in Africa? Is there any changes, progress in this case? Because community is interested in that.
Yeah, look, it's a really sad and unfortunate situation. Tigran continues to be held unjustly by the government in Nigeria. We're at 110 days now. He's not that well. He's recovering from malaria and pneumonia. And of course, all of us as colleagues at Binance are deeply concerned about the long-term consequences of that detention. I do want to be clear for the community, Tigran did not go to Nigeria as a decision maker. He is an expert in financial crime and, helping capacity build during policy discussions. And he's done that all over the world, including in Nigeria previously. In terms of an update, we're relieved this week that the Federal Inland Revenue Service in Nigeria has served and has filed amended charges. So that means that the tax charges against Tigran have been dropped, as some will have seen in the media. But that's further confirmation that Tigran's not a decision maker, and he does not need to be held for Binance to resolve these issues with the Nigerian government. We would like to commend the FIRS for their diligence and professionalism through the process. They have been very cooperative and working with us to resolve this issue with the government transparently. But our overarching goal here is to ensure Tigran can return home, and that's something that's really important for him to get back to his family. And all we can hope is that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in Nigeria will take similar steps, but we are very hopeful of that at the moment. Unfortunately, there's not much else I can say. I hope people understand that, but that's as complete an update as I can give at the moment.
I see. Hope that we will have some positive progress in the near future, and I wish you good luck in that.
Thank you.
So the next question is, many people are asking why Binance listed Notcoin, added Notcoin to the list, but never added Ton. Is there some legal questions, or just why?
I get asked this probably 10, 20 times a day about our listing process. And I do want to clarify, my role and the marketing team's role at the company, we're not involved in listings apart from, communicating them when we find out at the same time as the community. So I will provide, though, an update, on the position on our listings. So look, overall, our goal is to provide more access to crypto and list high quality tokens. As we've said on social, as Richard and Yehi has shared as well, every token that gets listed on Binance goes through a really rigorous due diligence process. And we have a dedicated team and completely independent, I don't even know who they are, that researches and evaluates, those tokens and projects, whether that be on the main exchange or through Launchpool or Megadrop. Our priority is to be able to provide breadth and a wide range of these quality projects. The team does look at project quality and team. They look at technological innovation and roadmap, market demand, use case, which we all know is so important at this moment, at the stage of the industry. And obviously security and compliance is something that we're very committed to. One thing that we have, really focused on in the last few projects we've listed is really on kind of engaging smaller or medium-sized projects. And I get asked a lot why, and really that's ultimately about us trying to enhance the development of the blockchain ecosystem and to foster a more healthy industry, with diverse market participants. We want projects with strong fundamentals, organic community base, and most importantly, a sustainable business model with a dedicated team that's committed. So, the leadership really is committed to ensuring that we do this to promote sustainable industry growth. With more reasonable valuations, and token allocations.
So I guess Ton has a bit, at least all of them, like a community and capitalization. What about business model? I don't know, but yeah, but okay. So the next question is about Visa and MasterCard, which have recently resumed working with Binance after all the legal issues were finally solved. So how important that for Binance? What's the meaning of that recovery?
Yeah, look, I think it's really important for not just Binance, but for most importantly for the user and for the industry, especially as we are so focused on global adoption. We've discussed this before, you and I, we're committed to meeting the highest standards of compliance and we're invested to ensure this. MasterCard did a very thorough review after our recent legal issues of our controls and processes, and they decided to allow Binance-related purchases on its network. We're obviously thrilled. As a marketer, I'm thrilled at that. I've worked at MasterCard in previous worlds. So, it's really important for us to continue working with these regulated fiat partners and payment providers in order to be able to bring more users, into this ecosystem. And ultimately, it does support our overall mission of making digital assets more available to our global users. We're looking forward to adding support for more products such as withdrawals in the future. I do want to be to note one thing, and I know this is important for the Ukrainian community. At this moment in time, we're not resuming cooperation with MasterCard as it pertains to our Binance cards. We announced that in December 2023 that we had shut that down. And look, myself and many other users enjoyed that card for everyday payments. But it's something that at the moment will not be resumed. That impacts about 1% of our users, so it is a large percentage. And we will continue to look at alternatives there. But of course, we always do have Binance Pay as an alternative option for those who do want to shop and send crypto through that platform. But no, we're excited that we've opened up. It'll be a phased approach, hopefully, to how we work together with MasterCard and Visa.
I see. Ukrainians are strong. When the Binance card was finished, this project, so Binance partners with Trusty Plus, and the Ukrainians got card with the help of Binance and Trusty. So it's okay.
I know. I saw that when I saw the numbers when I arrived. Like, it'd been really embraced.
We will live in any situation, so it's okay for us. So the next question concerning exactly Ukraine, and it's a professional question for you. So how will Binance attract new users in Ukraine? Maybe some marketing campaign you will be focusing on the next.
I've been told I have to be careful here. I talk a lot, so my team has said don't share too many things. But we have to surprise and delight in some ways. But no, look, I think everyone knows how important Ukraine is to us. And it's not just a key market in the region, it's one that's globally significant for us, and one that we're learning a lot from how the users are engaging. They're earlier adopters, they're engaging more with crypto. We've seen Ukrainians adopting cryptocurrencies for charity, for remittances and sending money internationally, for investing. And even obviously for fundraising for businesses. So, we're really privileged to be able to say that our user base in Ukraine has grown a whopping 26%. For
the last year.
Yeah. So,
cool.
It's incredible. And from a marketing perspective, we learn so much from that, because the behaviors and the way the users are interacting with us helps, it helps us understand as you go deeper into the journey, how we should be behaving. Obviously we've seen that start since the conflict started over, the last number of years. And we've seen people turn to digital assets to, protect savings and ultimately, we wanted to make sure we're giving back. So one initiative that the team has launched recently is our charity strategy. We kicked off with the Superhumans project that I mentioned before to you, and we have several other charitable initiatives planned over this year. And then looking ahead to the rest of 2024, and this is where I need to be careful, but we have some really exciting projects lined up.
If you will say some insights, not a problem. I will not.
I know KK and Ivan won't be happy with me, or Daria. But look, after the success of products like copy trading, and the Web3 wallet that we introduced last year, we're gearing up for some really big initiatives. So watch the space. I promise I'll let you know before I let anyone else know. But and lastly, of course, like, we need to call out, and I know this is something we're going to be talking about today, is we are working very closely with the regulators and lawmakers to ensure that we're bringing our expertise, as we have done in many other countries, to the table to help shape regulations that are supportive and positive for the Ukrainian user. So that's something that we're also working very closely on beyond marketing. But I do have one ask for everyone that is listening. Obviously, and I've said this to you before as well, we're really where we inform, or where we get better, is when we hear from the community about what we should be doing. Spot copy trading is a perfect example of that. They came out of several meetings.
I know that they will say, just give the commissions to zero.
Send me, tag me, send it to Ivan, send it to KK. Like, we need to know what we can do better, and we'll always take that into account. And, we do have a new project where every Wednesday, Binance Build will be updating on, where users have been told us and shared with us, feedback. We're sharing what we're doing with that feedback and how we're optimizing. So it doesn't go into an empty pit. It's taken into discussion in our meetings with product and our meetings with leadership. So big ask to all who are dialing in to please give us any feedback on how we can be better.
So for those who are watching this translation, write in the comments your feedback and your propositions of how Binance can improve their marketing campaign in Ukraine. Thanks. So you mentioned regulation, and Ukraine is moving forward to Europe, and there will be MiCA in Europe. So what do you think about MiCA and its replication in Ukraine? Maybe some thoughts.
Yeah,
I understand
look,
that you're marketing, not legal department, but
well,
I'm sure you have
well,
those
I would
thoughts
say
about it.
we have a lot of involvement, and I'm pretty lucky. I've worked in regulated industries before. This one is probably the most varied set of regulation from a marketing perspective. But I'm very lucky to have an incredible legal team that works with us in compliance. And obviously the marketeers take this really seriously. And as you know, Binance and Richard and Yihi have said this, several times recently. We believe the future is regulated, and we're absolutely advocating for effective regulation. That's what's really important, to ensure that we are promoting more adoption of digital assets. Look, we see it like seatbelts in a car. Smart regulation enhances safety and custody of cryptocurrencies, and ultimately it's providing greater protections for users. So we have been working with regulators worldwide to develop these policies. And it's something that we believe has to happen, because there is too much, gray areas, too many gray areas, and a lack of clarity on requirements. And that poses a challenge to us as product, as marketers, as leadership. We need to make sure that we're protecting our users. On Mika specifically, and that's a big project that the team are working on at the moment across several different teams. We see that as pivotal for the crypto industry, and we're welcoming and happy that it is the first regional Mika crypto policy that we're seeing across the region. Why? It's going to establish a stable regulatory environment once it's up and running, that supports the industry. And we're hoping, I know that there is still delays, but we're hoping that there will be Ukraine's adoption of Mika in some shape or form. And we have seen some positive steps forward with that. We've seen Verhova Rada, who is working to reconcile conflicting regulatory proposals, and there's a memorandum with the IMF at the moment to ensure stability. So overall, we're optimistic that these efforts will lead to a comprehensive regulatory framework. And by the end of 2024, we should have full clarity around that, and allow us to support that thriving crypto industry that I keep talking about, that I believe we all want.
Yeah, that's the same from the community. They say, just give us some clarity, because these gray areas, we can't understand what is wrong, what is right. We need some white area to understand how to interact with the crypto. So we have 2 minutes, and I have the last question due to Mika. Due to Mika, in effect, in the European Union, Binance will restrict customers in the region from accessing certain unauthorized stablecoins. So what instruments fall into this category, and will this restriction affect users from Ukraine?
So I could talk about this for 2 hours with this group, so I'll try and be as concise as possible given timing. So to align with Mika requirements, Binance will have to gradually limit unauthorized stablecoins for EEA users. So how we're doing that is we're taking a phased approach to adjust our products and ensure compliance. And we're doing this with the aim of minimizing disruptions in the market, and ultimately less disruptions for the user. So we're trying to, at this moment, smoothly transition users from unauthorized stablecoins to regulated stablecoins as soon as they become more widely available, because obviously we know that that's the challenge.
Can you name the examples of unauthorized and authorized?
Honestly, all are unauthorized at the moment. There isn't one that's regulated.
Okay.
So we're waiting to see. So I wish I could be more specific.
So we have to come to national currency, right? Which is authorized in Ukraine.
Starting June 30th, 2024, Mika will mandate that only electronic money institutions and banks can issue those mint stable coins, promote them for purchase. Now, we are optimistic that there will be one that will be ready for them. But to comply with this, what Binance is also doing is we're restricting products that involve unauthorized stable coins across our entire range. And I'll give you an example. That's going to impact the Binance Convert feature. Because that will have to transition to sell-only mode. We'll also be continuing to offer, custody and wallet services for unauthorized stablecoins, so enabling users to deposit and withdraw as usual. And look, ultimately, while we're trying to make this frictionless, for the user, we do know that there is frustration there, and we are trying to over-communicate at the moment with our users through every channel, community channels, email, SMS, never WhatsApp, but email and SMS to try and ensure that we're being clear about this. And ultimately, our hope is that we can make sure this is a smooth transition. I think it will be a little bumpy, but the team is working around the clock to ensure that we're making it as smooth as possible.
Okay, thank you. Our time is up. I'm the past CMO in IT company, so I understand how it's difficult to speak short when there are a lot of words in the head. So thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your ideas, thoughts, and updates. I hope someday that we will see you offline in Ukraine. You're always welcome. Thank you for supporting. By the way, Binance is one of the main partners of our Ukrainian Blockchain Week and Incrypted Conference. And I hope to see you in person someday. So thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye now. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Hey guys, it was Binance, and we are moving to our next speaker. It'll be CEO and co-founder of SafePal, Veronica Wong. Please welcome Veronica. Veronica, hello.
Hello.
We're glad to see you on our online marathon. Thank you for coming. You have 20 minutes to share your bright ideas and thoughts with our audience. So the stage is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having SafePal on the stage. Hi, everyone who is tuning in for the section today. This is Veronica, CEO and co-founder of SafePal. So today I'm here to share a little bit of our insights and takeaways regarding how we make Web3 and self-custody accessible for everyone in every country. So it's been 6 years since we started building SafePal into a full suite non-custodial wallet. Till this moment, we are serving millions of users global-wide. So it's really our honor to be invited here to share a little bit of our thoughts of how we make it accessible for everyone and how we make it secure for every crypto user in the Web3 landscape. So to start off, I would love to give all of those who haven't really heard about SafePal or probably haven't tried out the product yet a little bit walkthrough of what we are doing and who we are. So we started 6 years ago. In 2018, SafePal was founded and also started to build our full set of non-custodial wallets. So we started from hardware wallet and then to mobile wallet and browser extension. So right now, SafePal is one of the rare brands that is giving a full suite of non-custodial wallets for people to store and secure and manage and grow their crypto assets on a daily basis. So the brand is backed by industrial leaders, including Binance, Animoca Brands, and Superscript. So we are right now serving more than 30 million users of global-wide, and right now handling more than $100 billion worth of crypto assets in the transaction volume and trading volume already in total, and actually increasing rapidly than that threshold. So to give a little bit background of what we built, the reason why we try to build a full set of hardware wallets, mobile wallet, and browser extension for users is because we noticed that as the crypto penetrations starts to pick up, different user profiles actually have different demands regarding how they would like to manage their crypto. So we started 6 years ago by building our first hardware wallet. So on the left hand of the screen, the SafePal S1 is actually the first prototype or the first flagship product that we brought to the market. And then 5 years later, last year, we introduced S1 Pro and X1. So we would love to introduce as many as diversified cold storage secure solution for people to store and secure their crypto assets on a daily basis. And we provide different user experience for people to choose, such as for the SafePal S1 and S1 Pro, they adopt offline air gap signing. So that means the offline device actually communicates and broadcasts the transactions through QR code, which there's no NFC, Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth. while the SafePal X1 is connected with the app through high-speed Bluetooth connection. So that makes the UX more seamlessly when people are trying to make a transfer. But all of them are open source, audited, and also being launched in the market for a while, and also sold to many countries already. So this is our first step to lay a solid foundation for our brand and also trust from the customers. And then 2 years later, in 2020, when the DeFi summer came along, when, for example, Uniswap took off in the November of 2020, earlier than that, we have introduced the SafePal mobile wallet. So that means even if people don't have a SafePal hardware device, they can always enjoy the same level of user experience and protection by using the SafePal mobile app and create a non-custodial wallet accounts right from the mobile app. So inside the app, it actually centers and aggregates all kinds of services that we have introduced to the users, including swapping, including bridge and trading. So later on, we'll also touch upon on that. And then 2 years after that, in 2022, we actually reached a milestone of serving more than like 8-9 millions of users already. And then we introduced the browser extension. So this marks actually the third puzzle of the complete picture of providing the same level of secure and user-friendly experience across different clients. So in the offline device, through hardware wallets, in the mobile end, through our mobile app, and also desktop experience through the browser extension. So this one actually improves a lot of the UX compared to other existing competitors on the market, such as supporting multi-chain in the first day, and then improving the dApp connections by allowing multi-connection to multiple dApps from multiple chains. So we have done a lot of improvements and breakthrough in the UX to make it as seamlessly as it is when it's using compared to SafePal app and also the offline device. So it took us a long way of 4 or 5 years to build a complete set of wallets for people to manage the crypto on a daily basis. And then on top of that, we have brought a lot of interesting and also helpful user experience inside the mobile app, because the mobile app actually connects to all 3 types of wallet that I mentioned above. For the hardware wallet, all 3 types of hardware wallets are connected through the mobile app, so that the app would be in charge of broadcasting all of the transactions on chain, while the hardware wallet remains offline in cold storage. And while for the browser extension, users actually don't need to create new wallets on the browser extension. They can use the existing app wallet accounts and then scan QR code to connect their wallet with the browser extension, so that they don't need to expose their private keys or seed phrase on the desktop, and it's always remains secure in your mobile device or in your offline hardware wallet. So we use this kind of creative user experience to make sure that they are all interconnected, they have great interoperability, while we are providing ample functionalities for users to use from day to day. So these are some of the interesting features. I bet some of you might be quite familiar already, because most of the non-custodial wallets are providing them. But SafePal is doing it a little bit differently. That is, we are providing aggregating solutions into the wallet, because we do feel that there's no 100% perfect or ideal solutions that can fit into every scenario of people's crypto journey. So for our swap, for our bridge, and also for our trading feature, we have aggregated different service providers, including centralized and decentralized solutions, such as Binance as a centralized solution, while 1inch and LeFi as a decentralized solution. So we offer diversified solutions and make the fee structure transparent for every single user to choose from, so that they have the reliability, they have the trust and transparency provided by SafePal. And also, we have been using the last couple of years trying to improve the Web3 user experience inside the wallets. That is provide a secure dApp access for every single user. So inside the dApp store, we have implemented blacklisting mechanism to filter all those malicious dApps, and also do step-by-step verification when we are trying to list new dApps into the app. While for invest and use is a great section where we build engagement and connection with the users. This is mainly for people to seek financial opportunities in the Web3 world by engaging with the airdrop campaigns, engaging with the marketing campaigns that we collaborated with other partners, by also having easy to access without the need of open a third-party dApp or sign transfer, that kind of clumsy user experience type of yielding program right from the mobile app. So we are trying to build all of these inside the one app to make it fully accessible and easy to use for the users, so that the app would become the hub of users' crypto journey. And earlier this year, we have introduced NFT Marketplace, of course, to make sure that we cover both crypto, both DeFi, and also NFT experience in one place, so that people can move across different chains and also trade as they like and track the market move as they like from the marketplaces integrated into the wallet. And also 3 months earlier, we introduced the CDFI banking gateway to allow users to own a fully compliant Swiss bank account, to have seamless and also secure and also smooth on and off ramp experience between the fiat and crypto world. So these actually comes with a Visa card that you can top up your account with either crypto or fiat and use it with more than 40 million merchants global wide. So the introduction of these contexts is really to share about like how and why we are building this kind of experience to make it accessible to users, because we realize that the user profile along the evolution of Web3 industry in the last couple of years, like even earlier before we founded SafePal in the last decade, the user journey and the user profile has become differentiated from different categories. So right now in the SafePal user base, we are serving some big whales holding large amount of assets, probably they're using hardware wallets. We are also serving active DeFi traders who are engaging with trading programs and also mini program inside the app, and also moving their money across different chains on a daily basis. We also have welcomed another group of new users who have relatively less knowledge about Web3, but more curious about how NFT works, how crypto works in general. And these users are actually looking for a more simplified financial experience through the Web3 ecosystem. So we find that as the user demands categorize in different categories, it's a must for a Web3 wallet to build as many or as diversified or comprehensive user experience for them to use on a daily basis. So that brings to our next section, that is how we are tackling the growth hurdles here, because we are right now seeing a lot of leaking points in the bucket of Web3 user experience. If we look at the data on the left-hand side, based on the Q1 data this year, the total RAG cases, actually majority of them were caused by the lack of access control, and also there would be rug pulls issues as well. So this is seriously hurting the reputation and trust basis for those newcomers who are entering crypto recently. So these are still the lack of protection and also the security screening and also the trust are still constituting the major issue in the Web3 journey. I mean, it's the same several years ago, and as DeFi came along, as smart contract become more popular and become more complicated, we are seeing layer 0, layer 1, layer 2, 3, and the interoperabilities of these on-chain systems are actually leading to more bugs or more problems, collateralizing each other. So these would become a major issue, continuously leading to the problems that we are seeing nowadays. But on the bright side, we are also seeing the DeFi total value lock on chain is increasing, especially in this year. So we are seeing the chart on the right-hand side indicating active growth of the DeFi's TVL on chain in the last 2 quarters. So this is actually the bright side. So that means the challenge we are facing would be much more severe as more people enter DeFi ecosystem while the security issues remain unresolved. So this would become a bigger challenge for those teams building in the space and also for those who are using the products. So we are right now trying to build the user experience from different perspectives. So just now in the first section, I've talked about how we are building a complete user experience. But this section is really about how we are building educational and simplified UX for people to better grasp the essential knowledge about Web3. So previously, we have been spending a lot of time and resource in creating these infographics. But nowadays, we are trying to move all of this information into the product so that when users create their first wallet, when they make the first transfer, when they make the first swap order, when they place the first trading order, at every single one of these first time of critical step, we try to implement educational content into the app process in a seamless way. So people can actually toggle on and they can read more by redirecting to our help center, or they can simply complete a very basic walkthrough of what it is. For example, what is gas fee? Like what happens if I make wrong connections to a malicious apps? And what should I be really careful about when I'm trying to access a new dApp that I've never used before? So we try to implement these kind of key takeaway for users to safely navigate as they gradually unroll and also open up their crypto user journey. So this way it's a more seamless and also friendly, especially very memorable for users, so that they can gradually digest these nitty-gritties of Web3 knowledge instead of being overwhelmed by all of these infographics and content and videos that they found on YouTube and also Twitter. So this is something that we found very useful. And the second thing is that we are trying to build meaningful partnership to bring the safety of the SafePal products to more ecosystems. So to this moment, we have built some great partnerships with a lot of leaders in the Web3 space, and we feel very humble that SafePal is loved and also being supported by a lot of other brands. So through these partnerships, we are trying to build engaging content to promote the importance of having your own non-custodial wallet, and also how to safely safeguard your assets on chain, and also to build a full set of user experience for people to be onboarded when they learn about why it's important. And then they would need to understand how to use it. So we are trying to build all of these experience into our products so that when partners are collaborating with us, we can bring this experience to users. One example would be like as we could design a lot of hardware wallets to bring our security products to the ecosystem, such as public chains, we are actually building the whole set of onboarding experience. So people are not just getting a co-branded wallet with the very cool fancy design from our partners, but by pairing the device with the mobile app, they can actually unlock a token bundle pack, let's say. We also call it starter bundle pack with tokens inside it. These tokens might be gas fee tokens on chain, might be NFT tokens for a game project, might be NFTs that is related to a multiverse or metaverse kind of projects. So we are building all of these experience right in the wallet, so people can claim those starter pack and they can start right away to engage with the ecosystem already without doing the fiat on and off ramp, without understanding what is a gas fee. They can straight go ahead for it. So we have built these kind of solutions in one stop so that partners are happy about that because it's secure for their users. And also users are happy about that because it's a very customized, branded, and also very personal experience that we are building into the product. So we have actually made a lot of these kind of use cases to bring the secure and user-friendly SafePal product to the many other communities along the way. So that is how we are building and making Web3 overall accessible for everyone. So at the last, I would love to shout out, if you're ever interested, if you have a builder that you're listening to this section, feel free to join us and we can build together and to build meaningful, successful partnership together. If you are ever looking to work with us or join us, feel free to reach out to us. So SafePal has a very large and active community on Discord, Telegram, Twitter, all social media platforms that you can find. So feel free to reach out to us if you also have any questions regarding our product as well. So thank you for having SafePal here for today. Definitely would love to catch up soon again.
Veronica, thank you very much. It was time perfect and very interesting. Your presentation was clear and well designed. So thank you for coming. Our audience enjoyed your presentation and hope to see you someday offline in Ukraine. You're always welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
So guys, our next speaker is Kristina Lucrezia Cornèr. She is editor at large at Cointelegraph, the biggest media in the world at the moment. And she cannot be online, but she made a video for us and we appreciate it. So now I will show her presentation to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm super honored and pleased to be here at this year's Incrypted to talk about the topic that makes me very passionate. My name is Kristina Lucrezia Cornèr. I have been leading the editorial of Cointelegraph for almost 7 years. And recently, I've been thinking a lot about the importance of storytelling. Gathering all the stories that I have worked on for this year's makes me particularly inspired with the power of the storytelling in the tech industry. Let me share my screen. So I wanted to highlight today that leadership and storytelling is something that is united from the first to the last moment of the leadership process. Everything great starts with a great story. Just think of it. We are telling our stories in order to express what we strive for. We are telling stories in order to sell what we are building. We are telling stories in order to build up relationships. We are telling stories to inspire and motivate our teams. Storytelling is an incredible means of power, inspiration, investment, promotion. And this is what we will be talking today about. In my opinion, and based on my experience of working in the crypto blockchain and tech industry, the most successful leaders are those who are also great storytellers. They know that telling a story, not only talking about their product and their achievements and challenges, but actually creating those stories is extremely important in order to achieve their goals, both internally in the company and externally in the market. And then storytelling is also an opportunity to write our legacy. Storytelling is something that makes us present outside of the moment and place where we are right now. So when we are talking about building a narrative for any project, I would love to highlight a few points that, in my opinion, are extremely important here. So first is we need always to control our attention on the consistency of the mission goals and understanding of ourselves. Ourselves meaning us as people, us as a company, us as a team. So being authentic in this regard is extremely important. And then this consistency starts with shaping your company's internal culture, being of one mind and moving not only to the same direction, but also with the same understanding of this direction is extremely important and empowers the team's ability to achieve those goals, KPIs. Then obviously, when we aim high, it's not bad. We need to be realistic, adapting to challenges, but at the same time, embracing the expectations, not being too shy, but obviously being humble. In order to be humble, we need always to continue learning about ourselves, learning about the community that is part of our world, learning about the market, and learning about different opportunities to share our story through different platforms, formats, tools, languages, opportunities, offline, online, etc. We will be talking a little bit more about this later. So think of developing your story as also developing your language, right? It's like any writer who has their particular style. I think we can apply it to every project that is known for their publicity, for their internal culture. I don't know, take an example of Adidas or Apple. This is something that creates a whole language within the industry, a whole new narrative with the language, mottos, mantras, metaphors, etc., etc. And then this learning experience of creating based on what you see and get inspired of needs to be encouraged within the team as well. Because sometimes the storytelling comes also from someone who you wouldn't expect to do this within the company, but also outside. Your clients, also your friends, your partners can help you build up those stories. Then obviously marketing, media tools, SEO, all that stuff is extremely important in our world. So I'm not just talking here about the philosophy of storytelling, but also about some practical particular things that need to be applied in order to be successful. And then with all that, a leader who tells a story obviously tells a responsible story. Everyone has their own way to interpret what is responsibility, but we'll also be talking a little bit about this later. So the first and foremost is to identify the basis of the storytelling and narratives that you will be building. And this looks, in my opinion, super simple and banal, and it takes little time to start thinking about this. But I've encountered a lot of projects that haven't done this simple exercise because it sometimes seems so obvious that we do not need this. But just try to exercise this. Try this 4 simple questions, like who are you? You and your team. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why exactly are you developing this product or service? What are the values that you want to transmit to the world? And who is your audience? Who is your ideal audience? And who is your real audience when you have it? These questions are particularly important for all the stories that you will be shaping during the story of your company. And then this mission has to be shared with the team. Because I really love this example, that the most efficient, scientifically proved way of crossing kilometers and kilometers for birds is to fly in formation. So there is a leader. It's actually exchangeable. So there are a few leaders that give their way to others while flying. And then the rest of this formation, the spearhead, is always following this opening in the air that the leader makes. So think of it as a story that flies across the world. The tech industry in general, the blockchain, Web3 industry in particular, is also extremely challenging because it's changing so quickly. We need to be up to date in terms of everything that is happening, regulations, news, other markets, open source applications. because we know that unless we follow it all, we risk missing out something. The centralization, both online and offline, including all the remote offices, teams, etc., obviously brings a lot of challenges. There is competition, there is volatility, both financial and in the moods, that brings stress, and also the necessity to deal with all this diversity of different challenges, but also of opportunities. That is not that simple, because diversity within the team, diversity within the market, within the audiences that we are working for is not simple. But I love this quote: the task of a leader is to get his people from where they are to where they have not been. So all the challenges are here to distract our attention, but we need to be focused. And it's extremely important for the leader to inspire this belief in those high expectations that we aim for, because this is where, and here story helps a lot, here where we will be brought to, even though we cannot imagine where and how exactly and when this will happen. So talking about a story, I would love to start with the very basic, but again, simplicity is maybe sometimes the most complex thing, because we, especially in the world where we like absorb so much information, going back to basics helps a lot to focus. A powerful story, according to Aristotle, who wrote his Poetics back in the days, over 2000 years ago, has a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is basic, this is super banal, but I would assure you that 90% of stories that we've been hearing in business do not have this property. Why it's important? Because it creates this relation with those who listen or read the story or watch it, that otherwise risks not to capture their attention. Then every story must be credible and relevant, and have this three aspects of a story: ethos, logos, and pathos. So basically, logos, word, knowledge, appeals to the audience's reason. This is what a lot of press releases have, right? Building up logical arguments that highlights the product, technical developments, but it's not the only thing that needs to be within the story. Ethos, ethical, and the authority-related part is building the trust, right? So ethos is something that appeals to the speakers, to the writers, identity, and this is extremely important to highlight as well. And then pathos is a more emotional thing. Pathos, right? Passion comes from pathos, and this appeals to the emotions and to also the chemical part of our mind, where we follow these emotions when we listen, absorb, hear the stories. Then a story has a hero. This is also something that is lacking, is missing in so many stories in the tech industry. Who is this hero? It's not always the project team or CEO founder. It actually can be one of your potential clients. It can be just the person who wants to change the world with this new service of yours. Think about it. Who is your hero? Maybe somebody from the team. Then a powerful story has visual visual and interactive elements. It's flexible and scalable, so it's something that can be adapted to different platforms, to different audience, to different ways of presenting. And then a powerful story also is useful, meaning that your values that you and your mission that you have formulated are reflected in the story and appeal to your potential investor, shareholder, client, employee, appeals to being able to turn into action, into something useful for them. Experiment with your stories. Sometimes stories lay where you least expect them. Be open to get inspired to write them up. What is not a powerful story? This is my favorite part because as a journalist, I have been receiving so many stories that recently also I've written with ChatGPT, like write us a press release and hear what we have. The first, the best, the only one. This is not credible, right? We were talking about ethos. This is not something that, and also logos, because this is not logical. You cannot be the first, the best, the only one. You should highlight real argument that highlights your particularity. You're obviously different and a particular and unique. Highlight this, not with these banal words. Nobody knows about us. Nobody understands us. It's all super difficult. Also, we will not reveal what exactly we are doing because you will not understand. Well, then nobody will listen to you. We are perfect, but nobody else is. Well, this is also not credible, right? All this secrecy, like, oh, we have an embargo, we can share it with you an hour before the embargo, but otherwise we cannot tell you what is the. Come on, you can do better, right? We will never make a mistake. Again, fear your words. So rather not tell what you do not feel responsible to tell, because there is so much else that you can build up as a story. And then when you choose the news, the milestone that you want to highlight, to make it a basis for a story, just know that not all your important milestones for you are important for the audience. So think how it can be appealing to the audience. Again, audience can be not only your clients, right? It's not the same story that you will be telling a shareholder, so those who have invested into your project, or an investor who hasn't not invested, but whom you want to invest, your employees, your partners, somebody whom you just want to talk about you and your product, and obviously your clients. And then getting back to this emotional side, passional side, pathos, it's all actually chemistry. So there are different types of chemical elements that are produced. And please excuse me if there are some scientists here who are listening to me. For me, it's just an opportunity to highlight that it's all explained with chemical processes in our brain, in our body, and different emotions produce different elements. And a successful story is something that creates a balance that you want to create. If you want to raise suspense and like be seeing the solution of the product as a solution to resolve the suspense, this is one thing. But also think of this green emotions that are always more productive than the red ones, because we have so much anxiety already, and this is definitely not a situation where we make good decisions and where we actually want to make decisions, right? So make people happy with your stories. When you create a story, then be consistent, but also adapt it to different platforms. Meaning that it's not copy-paste from one to another. It also doesn't mean that you have, if you created an amazing story, you're using only one platform. This depends on your market. This depends on the location, right? Because in different countries, we know that people are different cultures, I would say, rather, not in regard to geography. People use different ways of absorbing information. And also do not forget that your presence at events or at networking dinners, after parties, whatever, are also part of your storytelling. And building your relationships, so all negotiations, and communication, even with your competitors, also part of this narrative building. So think how you can adapt your stories to different types of platforms. And then again, the content is limited as an opportunity. I appeal now to those projects who always write in their press releases breaking news. Come on, apart from breaking news, there is so much more that you can tell. Maybe your founder has an incredible story of how he changed his life, I don't know, after downshifting for 5 years around the world, and then how this idea came to his mind or her mind. The video also need not always reflect the same content that a text can, right? Video is a visually appealing thing. It can appeal more to emotions, memes, mottos, different pictures. This is all part of how you can shape the story. Important is to think of the narrative, what you want to say, and then how you say it. And try different things. It's sometimes more important to find out what you don't like rather than what you do like. This is a quote of Anna Wintour, one of my inspirations. She has been editor-in-chief of Vogue for so many years, and she's the one who inspired with her story the Devil Wears Prada movie. Back to responsibility. So responsibility, responsible leadership is giving your example of what? Well, obviously being a hard worker. We all know this. Sometimes, in my opinion, we do not clearly demonstrate that. Again, demonstrating your hard work is possible with a good story. Think of it. Then how you prioritize the transparency and the people around you, being it the team, your community, your partners, is also extremely important. Maybe there lies a story that you can tell, how you sacrifice your own something in order to prioritize somebody else. Having clear vision. Again, there are so many opportunities, so many challenges. Just focus and think what is best in every situation. Be open and honest with yourself and with those with whom you communicate. Extremely important is to own your mistakes. I think the tech industry is also missing this sometimes, because in the current information field, it's very simple to make a mistake, right? With a tweet, with the somebody's making a picture of you. Own it. This is the life in the world where we live now. And owning mistakes is actually a great example of how you can be accountable, acknowledge your path. And it's also important to acknowledge gaps in your knowledge, because we cannot be omni-knowledgeable. Learning constantly helps, but learning constantly doesn't help to be someone who knows everything. Just don't forget it. Nobody knows everything, so it's totally fine to learn. But be attentive to details and data, because there is an emotional part of every story, but also there is an argumentational part. And checking your sources, where you take the data, where you pour the details for the story is extremely important. And be humble. A man who wants to lead the orchestra must turn his back on the crowd. Last but not least, again, very banal, but in my opinion, very important for the leaders who move forward, who push forward this industry and new industries and new ideas and new stories, in order not to get either lost in anxiety or lost in obsession. Focus on one task at a time. Do not spend, this is why I think scrolling, Instagram and Facebook is the worst thing that we could do, because this is something that is totally contrary to focusing on one thing. It's a lot of ideas, but there are so many other ideas, ways to get those ideas, right? And sometimes just spending your time with yourself, listening to yourself, enjoying how you eat, how you sleep, how you do sports, helps then to free the space for productive story building. Communication with people is extremely important. Energize yourself with it, but also create your space alone. Travel, this is, in my opinion, the best thing to change your mind, to look at the world through the eyes of others, something that doesn't have price. Extremely important and inspiring. But also own your time in your routine, your moments home, your moments when you are not exploring something new, but you can find this new in your old. There's balance between tech and nature. Nature is the most natural, sorry for tautology, thing in the world, thing, essence, phenomenon. Get inspired with it. We are all part of nature. We are not part of robotics. And feeling human helps creating human stories, relatable stories, instead of writing how based on layer one, we created NFTs that represent fan tokens for this football club. Rather think human, think how years ago somebody maybe wanted to own a piece of their favorite football club. And now this is an opportunity to do it. And somebody who just has started to be a fan of some football club can, for example, tell the story to his or her grandfather and explain how the technology now allows to own this piece of history of the club that is important for the family. This is a story that becomes more relatable and thus more understandable, because we are, again, humans, not robots. Get inspiration from good books, good movies, good in the sense that it makes you think, it makes you not only forget about everything, but actually look at what you're doing with a different vision. And spend time with those and at those events, that where you can learn something or get inspired with, and then write down what you've learned, and thus your story can start. I really hope that this has been something useful, or maybe inspiring, or maybe motivational. I'm super happy to get your questions and comments. Please reach out to me. And thank you again, Incrypted, for inviting me.
Thanks for this video. It was very interesting, especially for me as a media, and I hope someone of you find something useful and interesting in this presentation. It was big and very, informative. So we're going to our next speaker. It's the CEO and co-founder of Hacken, our old friend Dyma Budorin. Please welcome Dyma. Hey Dyma, nice to see you, old friends.
Nice to see you too.
Happy to see you here. So the stage is yours. We're gonna listen what is wrong with Web3. Can wait for listening. So the stage is yours. We have 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. Yeah, happy to be online. Unfortunately, cannot be offline, but the Hacken team is going to be there. And for those who will attend the event, please come to our booth. We will have some nice merch, and we'll have some interesting quizzes for those who want to be a part of our team. So yeah, I have a presentation that very briefly describes the reasoning of companies, how they tackle the security question, and to see how it was changing for the last 7 years. And in the end, I will present like our vision and our steps how to improve it. So I have a short presentation. So briefly about me. Yeah, so my previous experience was working for Deloitte, and for 8 years I was building my karma. And what is important is that I'm also co-chairman at the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, where we are building when we are building standards for crypto security. And also what is important probably that I'm VP of Ukrainian Blockchain Association, but is not here. Also, I even participate in writing a security book. So we have a lot of educational materials how to become ethical hacker, and yeah, we work with a lot of big brands in our industry, and yeah, we plan to continue expanding these numbers more. What our services is basically like we're mostly known for smart contract audits, but it's not the only thing we do. Blockchain protocol audits is also very big thing for us. We work with Near, with Radix, with Kronos, a lot of different blockchain protocols on improving their security. We also have a few products. As I said, bug bounty platform Hacken Proof. We have security data platform Ser.live. Extractor is on chain monitoring, alerting, and preventive SaaS solution. And of course, we have a token which we also take care from the day we started in 2017. So yeah, a lot of people heard about huge numbers of of funds being stolen like every year, like more than like billions of dollars. But the reality is that the total security market the number of that all the companies together in Web3 are spending on cybersecurity is just below 400 million. So every year hackers are making 4 billion and security companies are making only 400 million. And why is that? Because the nature of making a decision when to start taking care about security is like three life things. So first you got hacked, then you start to think about security, then you start to lose revenue, start to be uncompetitive, or the regulators are pushing you. So in Web 2, for example, if you got hacked, you probably get a fine. Maybe your users' data gonna be leaked, but okay, who cares? Everybody's already all the private information is available in the internet, and insurance will probably recover your losses. So in any case, you'll be fine. In Web 3, if you got hacked, you lose funds, reputation, and probably it's easier to shut down the project either than to recover from all the losses, all the funds that people have lost. And and in Web 3, it's like investing in security after you get hacked, and is absolutely too late, and there is no sense. And the reality is that when we have conducted the research, when we see the latest hacks, we see that only 1% of hack project in Q1 had a relevant audit. So most of the hack events were out of scope, and that's the reason of that is because most of the audits are done just for marketing purpose, because people like a lot of Web3 projects, they like last for 9 months, 6 months. They need quickly do the marketing, quickly pump the token, take the money, and so nobody cares about what's happening next. But the proper audits, they can take like 2, 3, 4 months even. And direct that news, you can see that most of the biggest projects that were hacked. They didn't have audits. So like Ronin, 624 million, like Poly Network, 611. That's unfortunately reality. Another thing is when the projects are starting to lose the revenue. We have participated in shaping the centralized exchanges landscape, and amazing, like in first independent biggest crypto data aggregator CoinGecko, they have introduced the trust score for exchanges, and every exchange has like can be 10 points scored for different categories like liquidity, community, and security. 20% 2 points are for security. And we started to collect the data of all the exchanges for their penetration, public penetration test, proof of reserves, bug bounty, and a lot of other different data. And for those that we couldn't collect, we have decreased their ranking. And suddenly all those exchanges, they started to write to us, to Bobby, to CoinGecko, like demanding us, like arguing with us that we're doing something wrong. But eventually, like it's already like 4 years that we are collecting this data. Eventually, every exchange is submitting to us like the information of what they are doing for security. So we have and once they are not once they're releasing some new update for the mobile wallet or for a web application, and it doesn't come with the pen tests, we decrease the score. And the result is that most of the exchanges started to do regular pen tests, started to do bug bounty, the proper ones, and a lot of especially at the bug bounty, a lot of hacks moved there. We have some crazy stories about like top exchanges that were paying like $500,000, $1 million to hackers because they were finding critical bugs, and there was the legal way how everybody can make money or not being hacked. So yeah, this resulted that in 2018, 19, even 2020, the exchange hacks were way more, and right now there is much less. We don't even hear about them anymore. And fact three is when the companies start to invest when the regulators are pushing them. And but there are some problems with the Web3 regulators. They only most of them are old. First of all, SEC is that old that they cannot even pronounce Binance properly, Binance or whatever she was saying that. So they doesn't understand like what to regulate, what are the risks. They understand pretty well data protection law and AML because they were writing those regulations for most of their lives. But the new risks, like explaining them what is Oracle risk or what is, I don't know, bridge risk, that's almost impossible. So then they don't have teams, so they don't know what and how. They don't have teams, so if you are smart enough in crypto, probably going to work for regulator is the last thing you want to do. And they don't have people, and they just and the third one that regulators doesn't have tools to monitor the industry and the project that they have given the license. So they just doesn't know like what is happening there. The only like biggest company that they trust Chainalysis, but they cannot be a monopoly and cover all the blockchains, all the taxes, all the layer ones, layer twos, DeFi. And the expectation is that the security budgets after the push of the regulation they will significantly increase. And here we go for what is our efforts as Hacken. So we maybe more than 1 year, maybe 1 year and a half ago, we made like a strategic decision that we do care about our industry. We don't want regulators to do not smart moves in terms of regulating what doesn't need to have regulation, and to blind spot the real problems. And we started to work tightly with Abu Dhabi Global Markets. ADGM is the Middle East's main royal family of Arabic Emirates regulator. That is basically what Abu Dhabi is doing. Everybody in the Middle East is following. And we became partners with them. So we have already developed security and compliance standards for the DLT foundations. And we're doing the technical due diligence of the projects that want to receive the license. And we're also shaping our two products, Extractor, for the needs of the regulator, so that they have more information about not only like on-chain, but off-chain, like GitHub, new code that is being written by licensed products. And and Ser.life is going to also be way more bigger in terms of the data when it comes to what we are, what regulators want to hear. And the second, which is also very important, is that we have been selected by European Union regulatory sandbox. And basically the scope there is almost the same. It's also to develop the security and compliance standard and to educate them with the tooling, and explain them where they shouldn't go in terms of like putting, additional KYCs on DeFi. This is definitely not what needs to be done. So what will it mean for crypto, and what is our vision? Yes, so for the B2C, we are sure that it's going to be less hacks, less scams, less fraud. Like I mean, when security companies start to work very closely with regulators. For DLT foundations, which is L1, L2s, and DAOs, they will have to have full coverage and regular audits on everything that they deploy. They will have to comply with Web2 operational security practices. It means ISO standards, hopefully CCSS, cryptocurrency security standards, because a lot of problems still lies in bad practices of private keys management. And of course, on-chain monitoring and preventive solutions. Every layer 1 will have to have certain on-chain monitoring and preventive tools, because the biggest fight that we cannot lose with regulators is when they will build their own non-permissionless blockchains and will set that this is the standard. So we'd rather have preventive solutions on the smart contract level rather than the blockchains that can stop with the regulator call. This is what we don't want to have. And VASP. So my personal view is that the next black swan will be again with the centralized exchange, not with the USDT, but with centralized exchange again, because some taxes are still playing too many dirty games. They still don't disclose to no one what is happening on the off-chain in their systems in terms of the client accounts. We still don't know if they sell existing tokens, non-existent tokens. They still don't properly comply on the proof of reserves. So first of all, they will have regular financial audits. They will have also the full coverage or security audits, and there will be very soon transparent listing and delisting rules. So, and this will mean that regulators will start looking at the supply of the tokens that is at their platform, not just on chain, but also from their software systems as internal auditors. So a lot of, and this, in my opinion, this will have a very big, important boost to our industry, because liquidity will be much fairly distributed between all the market participants, especially retail. So that's my short presentation. So hopefully I convinced you that if properly approach regulators, it can be a good thing for all of us. And if you want to learn more, discuss, please tag me in Twitter or Telegram, and let's have chat. And hope you will visit our booth.
I guess something with internet connection. Dyma wanted to say that if you want to visit their booth on Incrypted Conference 2024, which will take place tomorrow, so come. If you don't have tickets, buy it. And so we are moving forward to the speaker who was waited for all the woofers. So it will be Nick Bryuzgin, co-founder and head of design at Here Wallet. Please welcome Nick. Nick, hi, nice to meet you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you.
I wish your presentation will be as hot as comments in our translation. So, will you share your screen, or you'll be?
Sure. Yeah, I will share my screen, and I guess the presentation will be as hot as possible. I guess the hottest today. So give me a second.
Yep, we got it.
Can you? Okay, good.
Oh, the stage is yours. You have 20 minutes to burn it. Okay.
Awesome. By the way, can you hear me well? The presentation looks good. Everything looks okay, right? Good. So let's begin. Today we are going to talk about the Web3 summer in Telegram. First of all, I want you to, if you haven't yet, I want you to start the Here Wallet bot, because we have something prepared for you in the very end. So stay until the end of this presentation, so to get some special surprise for you. Let's begin. It all started when Ton launched. From its launch to January 2024, many things happened. In January 2024, Notcoin launched and gained 40 million of users. This led to a Web3 summer in Telegram, and one of the biggest players nowadays, I think you already heard of that, is Hamster Combat, with more than 200 million of tappers. So this led to the emergence of numerous amount of tap to earn apps in Telegram, and we can say that the new era has started in Telegram, where developers have access to millions of users. Developers saw the success of Notcoin, and they are trying to follow the same path and launch their app in Telegram. However, if we take a look at some numbers, we will see that Ton currently doesn't have the best metrics. So it has a turnover about like 36 millions in 24 hours, whereas which is several times less than other blockchains, as you can see here, like Solana, Base, and Illia. So what's the key? Well, the key in this case is in the potential of Ton. And the potential is very huge. So on the screen, you can see that the audience on these play-to-earn games is more than 300 million of users, whereas there are only 6 million daily transactions on, just 6 million daily transactions. So this brings us to a conclusion that it is still early days in Telegram, and teams that adapt and can compete will attract a lot of attention from Telegram users. So let's talk about our app. Hot is a wallet that brings real Web3 to Telegram. We have our own ENS domain zone, .tg, which is exclusively supported by all popular exchanges. Right now we have over 11 million users. 1.5 million of these users are users with balance, and they make over 5 million plus daily on-chain transactions, which is important. Right now, Hot is the we can say that Hot is the main part of the multi-chain activity, crypto activity, of course, in Telegram. And we can say that soon, which was announced actually yesterday publicly, we will support Ton. So let's talk about some technical perspective. So from technical perspective, Hot works via our own MPC protocol, which allows easy onboarding without seed phrases and setting up 2FA. At the same time, Hot is a non-custodial wallet where users control their funds. Currently, Telegram does not support ledger or secure storage of seed phrases, And in this case, the MPC is the only one and the only key and solution that can work securely. So let's see how real Web3 summer can look like. And from within a Telegram chat, you can launch any application. And if it's integrated with the Hot SDK, you will be immediately logged in. So as an example, it's practically like a native wallet. You can see a post, you can see something from your favorite blogger, favorite Telegram channel. You can just click a link there and you will be logged into the app. If you have Hot Wallet, you will be logged into the app and you will be, and you can use the app right away. So you can just interact with one click. You can buy tokens, make some quick transfers, participate in some in-app activities on any networks, because we are going EVM, we are going Ton, we are going to other blockchains. So you can participate in activities on any network. And also, if we're talking about the influencers, they can monetize their community by creating, for example, by creating their own NFT collections or their own tokens, and these collections and tokens can be accessed via one click. And I think we think that this is a very powerful instrument. So yeah, as it mentioned, you can access meme coins and NFTs too from Here Wallet app, just in one click. And we have already launched some meme coins and collections. And we had, once launched, we had thousands of transactions per day with well, actually, allocations ended in minutes, not just 10 minutes or 20 or half an hour. It was in minutes with the allocation that we've done. And we have overloaded blockchain more than once. And we can see that there's a lot of on-chain activity in our app right now. And as you can see from this slide, we have more than 270K holders of USMEM, and also we have more than 700,000 of holders of U1. And these chains are multi-chain. They're supported already on Base and Near. Moving forward, third-party teams also came into our application and launched their collections. So at the moment, there are three transactions. There are three collections: Double Block, USMAN, and Beachtop. The collection with the most turnover is Double Block, and I guess I don't see the chat, but I guess there are a lot of woof in the chat right now, and these are the holders. This is coming from the holder of Double Block NFT collection. Moving forward, we are also introducing on this conference right now, we are introducing the ability to create DAOs in Telegram. So how would it work? We have converted every chat in our app into the village. And in the village, people can mine hot together, participate in activities. But soon, every chat will become a DAO. So today, we're announcing a collaboration with Dixie Protocol. And currently, we have over 200,000 villages, and all of them will be converted to DAOs. Every villager will receive a token, and they will use this token to participate in voting in their DAO. So village owners, in this case, will be able to create votes, and they will create votes for the distribution of tokens from the village balance. So what's next? Next, we will add support for Ton, Solana, Tron, EVM, announce open SDK, and add some more validators. We think that, as I've said in the middle of this presentation, that Telegram is still in early stage, and the key is working with some on-chain metrics onboard this millions and millions of users to on-chain activity, where they can participate in any activity and earn some money. As I've said in the very beginning, where I've asked you to install the app if you haven't yet, you can scan this QR code. The password is above. It says double dog. That's the fire drop from us. You will receive some tokens for participating in this conference. Thanks all for your attention, and this is it for today from me. And yeah.
I'm sorry, that was hot. Thank you. We are all waiting for your presentation. Thanks for insights, some updates. Everybody waiting for DD claim and so on and so forth. So you're always welcome at Incrypted. So if you have any updates or news, you know what to do. Okay.
Sure.
Thanks and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting.
Guys, it is a half day of the third day of Incrypted Online Marathon. And at the moment, we will have a little break till 3 p.m. Kyiv time. And after it, we will have a lot more speakers. So the first after the break will be Jan Ketelers. It's the CMO of Polkastarter. So please also have a break. Don't turn off the translation and come back in about 40 minutes. Thank you and see you soon. Hey guys, we're back. It's third day of our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024, and we have very good speakers ahead. So our next speaker will be from Polkastarter. It's Jan Ketelers, I'm sorry, CMO of Polkastarter. So please welcome Jan at our stage. Hey Jan, nice to see you. Welcome to Ukraine. Today it's online, but I hope that someday it will be offline. The war will finish someday. Yes. Thank you for supporting Ukraine. You continue supporting Ukraine by giving your thoughts and ideas to our community. So please welcome. The stage is yours. You have 20 to 30 minutes, whatever you wish. Welcome.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the intro, Ivan. And I'm super glad to be here and proud as well. Yeah, I've been in contact with you guys, Incrypted, for quite a while, and I love the work that you guys do. I love the community as well. So I'm pretty honored to be speaking and giving a short presentation about what we believe is the future of early stage fundraising. I'll be presenting full screen, so I won't see the screen anymore, but if there's anything wrong or if you don't see the right screen, just let me know. Just checking, do you see the screen in the presentation in full screen? Can't see it myself, but text me on
Everything is okay, Jan. Everything is okay. Yeah.
Right.
So
perfect. Yeah, thanks for confirming. Awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, hi again. We'll be talking about the future of early stage fundraising. I think something that everyone in crypto is interested in. We are very early, but we also invest early on in projects which we believe will be performing well and will release tokens. As a matter of introduction, my name is Jan. I'm the CMO at Polkastarter. I'm tuning in from Belgium, and Belgium has a game tonight. We're playing against Romania. We're in the same group as Ukraine on the Euros. So I'm excited. I hope Belgium and Ukraine will pass through. But today I'm here as CMO of Polkastarter. And Polkastarter, I think most of you know who Polkastarter is and what we do, but explain very shortly again. We're an industry-leading fundraising platform, or fundraising protocol. We were one of the first, maybe the first, to organize IDOs. So our view is really to decentralize the way to be able to do public sales and early stage fundraising. We grew a community. We've launched more than 115 projects now with IDOs since 2020. We raised more than $52 million for those different projects, both tokens and non-fungible tokens. We got more than 56,000 participants participating in the different sales, and they are drafted through a lottery because we have a way bigger community and everyone wishes to participate in IDOs, but it depends a bit on a lottery and how much pulse power you have on our platform and protocol. So that's Polkastarter. And then maybe important to mention as well, in the last bear market, we started a sister company, which is Poolside. And Poolside is an accelerator for Web3 projects, so even more early stage. And we also have started or opened a hub, which is a Web3 hub in the heart of Lisbon last year. We just celebrated the first year in Lisbon. So this is the hub in sunny Lisbon, and there we organize boot camps, but accelerator is mostly online. But we try to meet as well with the founders of different projects, and that happens most of the time in Lisbon or at conferences like ECC, for example, in July. So today I'll be talking about the evolution first of the fundraising landscape, just like having a quick flashback or looking at the past, how the evolution went. And then secondly, the limits that we see today and the challenges that we have with early stage fundraising. I think everyone sees it on the market as well. Not much alts are performing well, except maybe the meme tokens. But it's important to mention, like, what are the limits and the challenges today, and how can we solve this, or what is the future of early stage fundraising in our view, obviously, and for Web3 or crypto projects. Starting first, fundraising evolution, maybe to scope. Early stage fundraising, when I talk about early stage, it's typically like that venture capital, or like VCs when they invest seed phase or like in the startup phase. Then when those startups go through and does Series A, etc., then they go further in the life cycle. I'm not going to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about really the early stage. So that's when you have an idea, you have a team, you have almost product market fit, or sometimes you have it, and then you raise capital to be able to scale, to grow, or to go to market, or to do a token generation event, or TGE, which I'll be referring to later on as well. So now, how did it evolve? I think in the 1900s, if you had a good idea for a business, you went to a bank to get money to be able to develop that business. That was great, but it had a lot of limits. In 1980, we saw a lot of angel investment happening. So pretty much, rich families, rich people investing in others' businesses in exchange for shares in that business. So that was like the start with private investments in projects. 1990, which is known as like the dot-com bubble or the internet boom. We also had like a VC boom. So VCs coming from everywhere. A lot of VC firms in tech started around the 90s. So that's when venture capital or VCs became very popular and still are the day of today. In 2009 was around 2009, I'll say, the start of crowdfunding. So the start of peer-to-peer funding of IDs and startups and projects. 2009 as well, you had accelerators coming on. So accelerators were the place for a lot of startups to start up their ID and get funding through VCs or through accelerators directly as well. And then crypto happened, or blockchain happened. And in 2017, for the people who were here, we had the ICOs. So ICOs, initial coin offerings, which was a very rock and roll, a great time, but not very sustainable either. So that's why now today, or in 2020, everything started more with around DeFi, around the initial exchange offerings and decentralized offerings. So that's the IDO and the IEOs. For us at Polkastarter, we started off in 2020 as well. 2021 was like the peak year of IDOs, and then now, we're looking at what will be next, because investing is now very much democratized. Those screenshots or those pictures are from a crypto.com app. You also have like Nexo apps, or you have the Robinhood app, which makes it very, very easy for everyone to invest in stuff that is liquid, but also in stuff that is less liquid. In IDs, it's more and more easy to invest in those. So that comes with challenges and limits that we see today. And something that you, of course, all know as well is that a lot of tokens are created on a daily basis. I've seen in a stat somewhere that like 10 times more tokens are being created on a daily basis than in the bull market of 2017. So that's pretty crazy. A lot of them are meme tokens, but it is it's way more easy to create tokens. Two, we have way more builders in the space and developers in the space. But if you see the amount of tokens that are created and the amount of liquidity that is, or money that is needed to have sustainable price appreciation, that's super hard. So it's pretty clear that most of those tokens won't go up and have severe issues. I think it's comparable with the NFT runs that we had, like the first NFTs. You didn't have a lot of NFTs, but then when everyone was able to create NFTs, like most of the NFTs were zero or stayed at zero in price and volume. And there's even a stat, I think it was OpenSea stat, that 99 or more than 99% of the collections, NFT collections, have zero in volume. So I think it's also same with with tokens, or at least like the same challenges that we see: a lot of tokens and not enough liquidity to be able to have those tokens appreciate in price. Another issue that we start seeing now, I think I'm a big fan of airdrops, but airdrops need to be done in a very smart and sustainable way. What we see now is that we have a lot of airdrop farming happening, and that means that people are in it for the money, which is not a bad thing, because I think that we're all united here also to make some money in crypto, to invest early and to pick the fruits from those investments. But what happens with those airdrops that become very popular is that you see a lot of bots doing airdrop farming, and all those bots farming airdrops, the only thing that they want to do is get those airdrops in and then sell those airdrops at the TGE or whenever they're able to sell those airdrops. On the left side, you see some charts, pretty much down only on some tokens that have been airdropped or that have most of their or like the biggest, I will say the biggest distribution as airdrops. So that created like an unsustainable event as well. So once the bottom is found there, maybe they will go up again. But it's definitely an issue with airdrop farming. The other issue that we see today, this is a pretty good project in my opinion, Gaimin, and Gaimin had a super high fully diluted value, but a very low initial market cap. So that means, and it's been referred to as low market cap and high FDV and low float. So you have not a lot of tokens on the market because the early or the initial distribution is limited to a couple percentages, so maybe 10 or 15% of the tokens that are on the market. But it means that, like for this example of Gaimin, every week they distribute tokens to early investors, and those investors, they made a pretty good return. So what they do, they have been waiting for the tokens for a long time, and they start selling. So until all those tokens are sold, or when we find the bottom, then we can go up again. But the issue here is that when the token comes to the market, the valuation is too high. So that means that people are not incentivized to buy anymore and will sell. So now, how do we look at the future of early stage fundraising? How are we trying to help projects in the accelerator or Polkastarter to come up with solutions, with smart strategies to encounter this and to be able to have a sustainable price recovery in the token, or at least a sustainable community building where not everyone is pissed in the Discord because the token goes down. First thing is community-focused participation. So we are a big fan on having a lot of community in those early stage participation or fundraising, and more community than VCs. So that's our vision, because most of the projects will benefit most from their community and their users that they have, and a bit less from today's VCs that you have in space. Of course, you have really good VCs opening really amazing doors and making you or enabling you to grow, but the community is really something that must be key in your fundraising. So how can you make your community close to your project when fundraising? Is by doing quests, for example. So we're a big fan of not airdrop farming through quests, but having smart quests that help your project, that also reward people that stick as a user to your project, but in the first place, reward people that have been there already before you started talking about a token, people who have been using or giving feedback about your project. Those are the ones who should be rewarded in an airdrop, for example. But with community, you can do a lot of quests. You don't have to airdrop to community. You can also issue an NFT that can have like other perks within the platform and protocol. So that's up to you. But yeah, some good tools is Rep3, for example, for Quest, and then one for your on-chain identity, which I will talk a bit about later on as well, is Cookie Tree. Cookie Tree is a really good marketing project, I would say, that marketeers in the space can use to detect the right community and organize a good airdrop to actual users of your product, but also enabling or allow listing wallets who have been active on your platform and having them participate in an early stage fundraising, which is great because then the community comes in closer at the more sustainable valuation alongside maybe VCs that you had in a very, very early stage. Other tools, we're gonna launch a podcast soon with tools like Rep3, Zeely, Claimer, Galaxy, and Cookie3 as well. All of them have like different features, different missions, but the big vision behind them is to enable communities with projects and rewarding communities around projects in a sustainable way. So that's going to be a good one. And yeah, make sure to follow Polkastarter on Twitter because we could be releasing it there. And then for Polkastarter, how we bring the community closer to projects or to our projects with our token. So we say like the more connected with us you are, the more tokens you stake, for example, or the longer you stake, the more rewards you will get. So I think that the token, it's not only before you're gonna list, but it's also after. Making the token work for your platform is really needed. Then about airdrops, I wanted to highlight an example of airdrops that are being done in a good way. So not only airdropping to the right people, because that's the most important thing, but also distributing it in a very smart and tactical way. And G3 or Games.gg's token, Games.gg was previously Polkastarter Gaming and then rebranded and became a separate entity under Games.gg, but very close still to our team at Polkastarter. And with Games.gg, what they did really well is having a G3 token airdrop to their community and then newcomers as well, but in a phased way. So to show it on a timeline, first they reward the active community and NFT holders who were able to claim an NFT. So that was the first airdrop, and then they incentivize people to stake that airdrop or those tokens and continue doing quests on the platform to be able to get the second airdrop, and so forth. Later on, having airdrop 3 as well. I don't know timings of those airdrops, or I can't disclose everything, but there will be like different airdrops, and that's a pretty smart way of doing it and keeping your community close, retaining them, making them part of the evolution that your project has. Then the other elephant in the room is the valuations of projects going to market at the moment. And I don't know if you know or you read the great pieces of Kobe, but this one was spot on. I think this is also talking about like the high MTV and low float that that project have right now when going to market. And the issue that you have there is when you do your seed rounds or your early stage fundraising, the valuations are very low for private investors. But then at the time you go to market, the valuation is way too high. And that is part of the tokens, the total tokens that you have. So you distribute only a portion of those tokens. So your market cap is low, but your FDV or fully diluted value, where you would have every token on the market for the same price, is way too high and is not sustainable. So that's another issue that I will share later on how to. Sorry, I'm gonna show it first. This one is how we believe that it will be more sustainable. When you look at those green lines, we need to bring those public sales way closer in terms of valuation even, but also closer to the go-to-market. And that can be an IDO happening at the closer valuation of the private sales. So not the aggressive 50x anymore for private investors, but that let them have maybe a couple increase in price before going to public because they carry on more risks, but at least a sustainable multiple, so that the price can have a sustainable price discovery and growth, whereas you would do it later on, as I explained, and having too high valuations, causing the private investor to just sell the tokens. Also same with the IDOs. Participants, whenever they get the token, they will sell the token if the valuation is not sustainable anymore. Then on this slide, I just wanted to talk about the unlocks that we now see. So we see big vestings, long vestings, and also very small unlocks. And here is like a pretty good article that we saw and that we shared within the team is that within 5,000 token unlocks, the outcomes were that unlocks to be no larger. So I'm going to read out loud. Consider sizing unlocks to be no larger than 1% of the circulating supply, biased towards daily or weekly unlocks instead of quarterly or annually, and considering the sizing unlocks to be no larger than 1% of the circulating supply. Sorry, this is exactly the same. I've done something wrong with the slide, but basically it is that you should have like bigger unlocks in the beginning as well, so that you will have more tokens on the market and not having only like a very small percentage of unlocks. And also you see some projects doing every week or every day like a super small percentage of unlock. It's good to have like bigger unlocks as well. It's not impacting the price, it's even doing something well towards price. So how to prepare as a user and as a project for a sustainable sustainable TGE or fundraising is one, develop your on-chain identity. Something I didn't mention about Cookie Tree is that more and more projects will be looking to reward wallets who have been bringing positive things in the space or have been active, not only towards a specific project, but also towards other projects, being an active user, for example, of NFT marketplaces, or an active users of DeFi, and then reward them. Also looking at what have they been doing. So that's your on-chain identity, which should be as clean and as smart as possible, in my opinion. Also follow projects that you like. Do not follow every project where you think there will be an airdrop. There is much more to be done for projects on having qualitative users than quantitative in the future. So as a user, prepare for that. Follow projects that you like. You can only follow like tens of them, maybe more, but not thousands of them. And then participate in the community. Whenever you have a project that you like, participate, do quests, look at the project. If you like it and you stick with it, that's great. If you don't like it, yeah, you can skip it as well, and then follow another project that you like and participate there. Look at valuations at public sales. That's an important one regarding the high FDV. So look at those valuation and look, does this make sense when every token is on the market? Does it make sense? Can it go up? Compare it to other similar projects in the space as well. Is it making sense? And then for projects, study tokenomics, how to enable or have a smart distribution, but also smart features of the token, having, for example, staking and then rewarding stakers, having bigger unlocks, also having more tokens on the market can be very beneficial. So study those tokenomics and see what can be optimized. Review your valuation. It's always better to start at the lower valuation and then see your token going up sustainably, because that is also the best community building, in our opinion. If you have a community of people together around your token and your token is going up, that will create a lot of ambassadors as well and believers in your project. And I know that token price is not always correlated to how well a project is doing, but in crypto, it's still the case that people tend to believe that projects that are doing well have a token that goes up, and projects with a token that goes down only are not doing well. Whereas some projects have tokens that go down in price, but are doing extremely well in terms of revenue that they're generating or market size that they are creating for themselves. Review unlocks, part of the tokenomics, and then reward your active community. Always reward people in your active community. And then maybe one slide that I skipped, I want to come back to this one. This is something exciting that we've seen a partner Launchpad or fundraising protocol at Coinlist preparing, is the ENSO Finance community auction. So where a community will be able to decide the price of the tokens themselves, and then having 100% raise from a community without VC. So pretty interesting to follow and to see what will happen there. All right, so yeah, I know that the markets are sometimes shit, and tokens after IDOs are not doing the 20x's anymore, but I believe that founders and projects realize that there are things that to be done and are things that are changing. So yeah, my advice would be look at a bright future for crypto is still ahead. Then if there's any builder here who is interested in launching its project, or maybe people that want to participate in IDOs, you can go to polkastarter.com. Then if you want to apply for the accelerator as a project, you can do this on poolside.co. Thanks a lot. I'll try to go back to my initial screen. Yeah, I think I'm back.
Wow, yeah, that was very, very cool presentation. I loved it so much. It was informative and simple for just the community. So if you don't mind, I have a few questions to you. You were talking about airdrops, about all the shit happening after the airdrop. So airdrops is one of the most popular topics in our region, because it's sometimes the only way to make some life change money, and people think about it all the time, and they said that airdrops are dying. Through your presentation, I can understand that they are not dying, they are upgrading, right? Because the times when just projects throw free money to the people just gone, and projects should upgrade their policy, and users should upgrade their activities to get the drops. What do you think about the future of airdrops, or any, because anyway, it's still most effective way of token distribution at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
So what do you think about the future of airdropping? So I saw your airdrop G3. It's very cool to hold the users by staking, and then again. So what do you think about the future of airdrops? Is there any alternative to it, or it should be just upgraded?
Yeah, just upgraded thing. Airdrops are one of the best marketing mechanics in the space. But what happens now is that airdrops are really good to attract new people in the community, but are not used to retain those people within your community. So people come, they claim their airdrop, they sell, and they leave. So the issue is not that people would sell the tokens, but the issue is that people will leave once they claim their airdrop. So one thing is to maybe phase them to enable people or retain people closer to your product and platform. And then the second thing is reward the right people. So make sure you don't reward bot wallets. Make sure you reward the early adopters more than the newcomers, and make sure as a user to have a good wallet or on-chain identity where you can experiment things, where you can participate in some protocols to hope to get an airdrop. But yeah, the tools that we see today, like the cookie tree tool, where you will have, and there are other tools as well, where as a product it will be super easy to segment different users and to select the wallets that have the right and clean on-chain identity to distribute your airdrop to those. So it's an upgrade. It's not that airdrops are gonna disappear. I also think that valuations is also part of the issue with airdrops, because if you receive tokens and you see that only 5% of the tokens are on the market, but the fully diluted value is maybe billions of a project that it's just starting up, then I understand people selling those tokens as well. So if you bring them in a smarter way to market at a better valuation, then you could have people not selling their airdrops and becoming even more ambassadors of your project. So yeah, big fan of airdrops, but in an upgraded, like you said, way.
I see. And the last question is the general question. You as a Polkastarter representative, what kind of projects do you watching through for the next I don't know half a year? So what is your thoughts about the future directions or anything you want to say? Mm-hmm.
Well, at Polkastarter, we obviously we try to be very early on new trends. A lot of projects in space are very narrative based. So for example, there have been a lot of projects focusing on real world assets a couple of years ago, but very hard to bring into the market. Now is like more a better time for projects around real world assets. So that's definitely like a field that we're looking at. Then you have decentralized physical or DePIN infrastructure, sorry, decentralized physical infrastructure networks. And then I'm a big fan as well of everything DeFi, because DeFi has proven to have actual really good use cases, and you still have really good DeFi projects coming to market. And then there is also like infrastructure needs to be better and better. So that's also like a very important one, that can be L2s, L3s, or bridges, or oracles, anything related to that. So that's where we try to look at. And we, with games.gg, we also look at game projects, obviously, but they're like the best to talk about this.
The easiest way to onboard the next billion to the crypto.
Yeah, we always said that. Like it's been a couple of years that we've been saying that gaming will onboard the next billion. I think maybe meme coins onboarded more to crypto than gaming, but gaming is also like a different timeline. Like a lot of good games need a lot of years to develop. Otherwise, you will get like the very
meme coins
easy
also
game.
scammed a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, meme coins is my theory is that people, when they can't win in crypto, like for example, if you can't win against a VC or somebody that was able to participate privately at very lower valuation, then you don't play the game anymore. So people don't like playing games that they can't win. And the only game that they can win is like 100% community focused prize discovery, and that's with meme coins. So that's why meme coins are so popular at the moment.
Sure. Thank you, Jan, for coming. You're always welcome in Ukraine. You know that. So I hope that the war will finish someday. And but we're still here. We're still doing events, and you're always welcome here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ivan. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Guys, we have our next speaker. It's Max Melcher, product manager at Chainlink Labs. So please welcome Max. Max, hi. Nice to see you.
Great to be here.
Cool that you find time for us. Community can't wait to see your presentation. It's about connecting the world to blockchains. Can't wait to hear it. You have 20 to 30 minutes, whatever you wish. The stage is yours. So please welcome.
Great. First of all, thanks to be here. Really appreciate the invitation. And excited to talk about Chainlink. First of all, my name is Max Melcher. I'm a product manager here at Chainlink Labs. Chainlink Labs, of course, is the team building the Chainlink protocol. And today I wanted to chat about a couple things. First of all, the Oracle problem, which some of you may be familiar with. What is Chainlink for those who aren't familiar? And then I want to talk about what's new. What has Chainlink been working on the last few years? There's some exciting new products that have come to market to address certain problems we've seen, and I'm happy to talk about them here today. So first of all, the Oracle problem. I think we're at a blockchain conference, so I don't need to expound upon the benefits of blockchain, but I do want to call attention to one of blockchain's biggest limitations, and that's the ability to connect with the outside world. And blockchains have this great, fundamental primitive called smart contracts. But if we're going to take a lot of what happens in the real world today and put it onto the blockchain, we need to have outside data, because most of the world's agreements, if we're doing a deal over, a loan, for example, we need data about the price of the assets, the collateral, and the asset you're borrowing. If we're doing a, agreement over who won the football match, we need data about who actually won the match. So really, we believe for blockchain to reach its full potential, we need reliable and trust minimized access to these real world events and data. And that's a problem that Chainlink has been focused on for the last several years. Chainlink actually launched on Ethereum mainnet in 2019. So we just passed our 5-year anniversary of mainnet. And the way we go about solving this problem is with a few kind of fundamental pillars. The first is decentralization. So it's no good if we're just running a single EC2 instance, pulling from a single data source. It doesn't really give us the same level of security that we have with blockchain already. It actually it makes more trust assumptions. We have provably secure nodes that are of course Sybil resistant, and these node operators are pulling from high quality data sources. So in the case of something like price feeds, which we'll talk about in a minute, these could be high quality data aggregators. And then the last piece that Chainlink has really been strong on since the very beginning is that we're blockchain agnostic. So this isn't just EVM. Chainlink is live on Solana and other non-EVM blockchains, and will be on many more into the future. Here are just a few of these blockchains. As I said, this list is really growing by the month. And it's largely based on developer demand, where we hear developers say, we're building, we try to be there and provide services so we can enable those blockchains. It's also a bit of a chicken and the egg. And I think this data is helpful in kind of illustrating that. We call it the Chainlink effect. Once Chainlink integrates with the blockchain and provides the developer tooling and Oracle services, you see a large number of developers grow in the ecosystem after that integration. And it's not just developers, it's also something called TVL, or total value locked. Once you have these secure platform tools, you can actually see more capital flow into protocols like lending, derivatives, because they have a secure, reliable Oracle. Chainlink is really, was first known for data feeds. So I wanted to kind of do a little rewind and show you how these data feeds work before we get into some of the newer products and solutions that we have today. So this is kind of an overview of how data feeds work. And on the far left side, we can see we have the exchanges, right? There's both centralized and decentralized exchanges. For any given asset pair, there's trading across the market. And these exchanges flow data to data aggregators. Data aggregators are like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, a few are listed here. And there's many more premium data aggregators that we use. And these data aggregators perform what's called a volume-weighted average. So they look at the trade volume across different exchanges and then use that volume against the price traded to come up with a spot market price for the asset. And then we have the Chainlink nodes. So this line right here in the middle is what we call a DAWN, or a decentralized Oracle network, that's pulling from a median of 3 data aggregators. And these nodes are constantly watching the data. And then when the price deviates by a given threshold, we call it a deviation threshold, or a certain amount of time has elapsed, what we call a heartbeat, the nodes come to consensus and report a new price on chain. So this robust system, as I said, has been on mainnet since 2019, and it powers a lot of the DeFi or decentralized finance applications across many ecosystems today. So if you've used Aave, if you've used Compound, very popular DeFi protocols, you've used Chainlink without even knowing it. So that's data feeds, and that's what Chainlink initially launched with. But today, Chainlink is much more than just data feeds for price data. As I'll talk about here, we're working with cross-chain through CCIP, which is the industry standard for messaging cross-chain. We have a lower latency price solution called data streams. We have proof of reserve, which we're also going to talk about, which is very important. We've seen the rise of tokenized assets and really the opportunity they bring, but we also want to minimize the trust assumptions when people bring an asset on chain and say they have a reserve off chain. In the compute pillar, we have functions, which we'll talk about. We have automation. Smart contracts are inherently asleep. So if you want to trigger something based on intervals or conditions, you can have the Oracle network, the Dawn, monitor for these conditions and trigger a contract based on these conditions. And then finally, we have VRF. The blockchain is inherently deterministic, which makes randomness very hard. So if you want to run a game, if you want to run a lottery, you need a verifiably random function to do that. And coincidentally, oracles can be a great source to fill that job. So I want to start by talking about Chainlink functions, because this really is one of my passions and something that I'm excited about. I worked with a lot of projects in 2021, and the feedback we got time and time again was, price data is great, but I want to do more. I want to pull from different data sources. And there's quite a few different data sources out there. These are just a few of them. You've got weather data, social media data, IoT data. and more data sources are coming online. And the feedback was really developers wanted the access to write their own Oracle contracts, write their own Oracle logic. They didn't want to have to talk to anyone. They just wanted to be able to go and write and use the benefits of the Chainlink node network, which is battle-tested software, decentralized node operators, and blockchain agnostic on demand. And so this is really what the problem statement that grew Chainlink Functions. And so as you can see here, this is a kind of a high-level diagram of how Chainlink Functions works. Any developer can walk up, write code in JavaScript that the Oracle network will execute, come to consensus on, and return a response on chain. So even if you're not a Solidity developer, if you're a Web2 developer and you know JavaScript, you can start writing functions contracts today, and you can pull any data you want. If you want to pull the the euros outcome, you can write a function that does that. If you want to pull from IoT, if you want to trigger some sort of off-chain payment, you can all do that. You can do whatever you want, which is really cool, and it makes it super scalable too. So developers don't need to come and talk to Chainlink Labs. They can never talk to us, and they can use the Oracle network to fulfill jobs with whatever data they need. Next is Chainlink Proof of Reserve, and it's funny too because in 2021, Proof of Reserve wasn't a term that was I think as widely known in the industry. It was only after certain events in 2022, 2023, where Proof of Reserve really came kind of like a well-known term, but it's something Chainlink has been working on for a long time. And I think it's even more important now because of the rise of asset tokenization. And so what Proof of Reserve does is it verifies the assets backing any like synthetic asset on chain. And so the reserve assets. So an example of this might be something like tokenized gold, right? There's a couple of tokenized gold tokens on the market today with hundreds of millions in market cap. And we have, we have very few trust assumptions in blockchain, but when tokenized assets come on chain, it's almost like the issuers can be like, trust us, we have the reserves. And what Proof of Reserve is designed to do is create a Oracle network that's full focus is to monitor the off-chain reserve assets and report them on chain. And this makes it so that anybody can look on chain at the token supply versus the reserves that the oracles are reporting, and verify that they are at least one-to-one, if not over collateralized. Just kind of on the tokenization topic, it's been a buzzword of late, but we see a lot of potential in this sector. And so this could be anything from real world assets like stocks and bonds, pre-IPO shares, precious metals. I think we saw Tether recently launch a new precious metal, stable coins, which are really the most widely adopted to date, tokenized asset, and then sustainable assets. We can think of carbon credits. All of these things have reserve assets that live off the blockchain, and Proof of Reserve can help provide transparency for. There's also cross-chain assets, and I think the best example to think about with cross-chain assets is something like Wrap BTC on Ethereum. Wrap BTC is an ERC20, and the reserve assets are actually Bitcoins custodied by BitGo. Chainlink has a Proof of Reserve feed, so you can actually go and verify that BitGo custodies the Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, corresponding to the WBTC token supply minted on Ethereum. So at all times, you have one-to-one verification. And this is kind of a view of what it looks like when it's off-chain. You have an institution or custodian custodying the reserve assets, and then you have the issuer minting the token. Chainlink nodes can observe the balance in real time from the custodian. And then based off those trigger parameters we mentioned with data feeds, they can do the same thing. If the reserves increase or decrease above or below a certain threshold, it'll trigger a round of consensus that writes on chain, and then anybody can use this. So there's a couple use cases we've seen that we think are really impressive. Sometimes token issuers will integrate this feed into the token contract itself. So they'll essentially say, look, as a token issuer, we're checking this third-party independent source to verify that we have the reserves we say we do to be able to increase the supply. On the flip side, DeFi users and protocols like a lending market can actually use this feed as well to check to see if an asset becomes under collateralized. So in the event that I'm a lending protocol and I see that there's a tokenized asset where the reserves have decreased below what the token supply is on chain, I can stop accepting that asset as collateral for loans because it's under collateralized. and I can react in near real time. So this removes what was once like a quarterly audit process or cycle in traditional finance and makes it in real time, which I think we desperately are in need of. And then finally, Chainlink CCIP is the last solution I wanted to talk about today. So there's a interoperability problem, not just with data from off-chain, but also from blockchain to blockchain. And I think we see this a lot when we talk about things like liquidity fragmentation and just different ecosystems providing different benefits. And many users have assets, on Ethereum, and they want to go to Solana and earn yield on a protocol there, or they want to move quickly across L2s, but they don't want to wait a 7-day period to move back to the L1 and then back to a new L2. So this is a pain point we've seen. I think it's always important to talk about the problem you're trying to solve with any solution you bring to market. And I should say too, just natively these blockchains don't talk together. So right now, Arbitrum doesn't talk to Solana natively. Ethereum doesn't talk to Aptos. So there's no easy way to do this, and that's where a platform like Chainlink can provide a ton of value. It's also going to be, from what we're seeing in multi-chain world, not just with public chains, but also private chains. We're seeing institutions like Swift, the DTCC, large capital market banks are launching their own private chains. So there's a need for interoperability, not just amongst the public chains we have today, but also if we think that traditional finance is going to onboard into the space, there's a need to connect their chains with public chains as well. As I mentioned, a huge liquidity fragmentation issue. And I think this is not just because you have assets on one chain and you're trying to bridge them to another for yield. The issue is also that you have multiple versions of an asset on one chain. So for example, let's say I have Ethereum and I want to move it to a chain like Aptos, and I'm going to essentially create like a wrapped Ethereum. Well, the problem is there could be like 5 or 6 wrapped Ethereums from different bridging providers on that chain. So if you're a protocol on Aptos, how do you know which is the safe asset to essentially accept for deposits on your protocol? So I think liquidity fragmentation exists not just amongst different chains, but also different versions of the same asset existing on different remote chains. And so one of the things that CCIP really aims to solve is say, hey, there's really one token per chain. And when you are transferring this token, you know that this is the canonical version of that token going cross-chain. I think it's worth calling out the risk as well. CCIP came to market last year. And before that, there had been a tremendous number of bridge attacks and exploits and as you can see, very large number of value lost. It's one of those things that we think where if your first experience is in Web3 is using a bridge and you lose funds, it makes it very tough to come back or have any kind of strong confidence in the system you're using. So even though Chainlink has taken its time and prioritized security, it's for that reason that all users should have the best experience and a safe experience knowing they're moving cross-chain and not worry about the risk of losing assets. So this finally brings us to CCIP, and I mentioned some of the use cases, but just kind of highlight a couple more. It's not just token transfers, but it's really a standard for token transfers and messaging. And so you can also send tokens and pass messages using CCIP. And I think the CCIP is one of the first of its kind in its structure. As this diagram illustrates, you've got really 3 networks operating when you're moving any sort of messages or assets cross-chain. You have a executing DAWN, a committing DAWN, and a risk management network, or RMN as we call it. And one of the other benefits about this setup is that the RMN, which is the network that oversees and blesses and curses transactions going cross-chain, is written in a separate programming language by a separate team. So you really get this distributed setup that really serves to provide the most security for users moving from chain to chain. This is one example of a user transferring tokens from chain to chain, but again, you could be sending messages. You could be sending messages and tokens. And again, this is another diagram, I think it's a little bit larger, that shows this, but we call it level 5 security just because of the level of distribution. It's not a single entity running one EC2 instance. These are multiple independent DAWNs with different node operators that are distributed geographically. And we think this provides the highest level of security. And so super excited to see what people build. I've put a link in here to the docs. If you're interested in going cross-chain, reach out to us. Either go through the docs and send us a message, or reach out to us on Twitter or email, and we'd be happy to chat with you. But really excited to have the opportunity to chat with everyone here today. And if you need anything else, please reach out. Yeah.
Thank you, Max. It was really cool. I'm so excited that we have such different speakers and presentations. We have a presentation for regular enthusiasts, for tech people, for developers. So thank you. It was very interesting presentation. As I said to all the speakers, you're always welcome in Ukraine, because someday the war will be over. And so thank you for being here with us, sharing your thoughts, ideas, and updates. So thank you and goodbye.
Thank you so much for having me. This was great.
Bye-bye. So while we are waiting for our next speaker, I will give some announcements what else you will hear on the day 3 of Incrypted Online Marathon 2024. So our next speaker will be Rein, CTO of Wallet Connect. You sure used it any time in your life. So then will be Cooper Emmons. It's from Injective Labs. Then we have Bernd Banksy, the founder of Zion. And then we will have an interesting conversation between Anatoly Yakovenko, it's co-founder and CEO of Solana Labs, and Austin Federa, it's head of strategy at Solana Foundation. And the last but not least, Rohan Handa, it's strategic investment and partnership at Mistin Labs. So as you see, there are a lot of interesting speakers and presentation to go. So don't turn off our translation. And by the way, for all the woofers, if you missed the drop from the representative of Here Wallet, so you can come back and see he shared the QR code and the password to get the drop. So just go back to his presentation, to his speech, and find this drop. And we are still waiting for our next speaker, and maybe a couple of minutes. So I will, for example, I can answer some question in the chat of the translation if you want so. And I want to tell a bit about our tomorrow conference, because it's the big Ukrainian Blockchain Week, which started at Monday and finished tomorrow with our big offline Encrypted Conference 2024. Today is the last chance to buy your ticket. You can go to encrypted.events and find them there. There will be a bunch of interesting speakers, booths, I guess, partner booths, when you can speak directly to representatives of the projects. There will be a lot of entertainment, networking, a lot of cool stuff which has to happen in Cryptosphere. So we are waiting for all of you. If you're looking this online conference from abroad, we understand that you can't visit Ukraine in the moment, but you're always welcome in Ukraine. So one day the war will finish and you can come to Ukraine. It's super cool here. There are a lot of developers, startuppers, crypto enthusiasts here. So you will be very surprised by the quality of crypto industry, of Cryptosphere, of crypto community of Ukraine. So I have to check with my team where our next speaker. It'll be, I remind you, it'll be Rein, the CTO of Wallet Connect, and he will talk about Web3 security, today's challenges. We already had the same topic from the Hacken, but I guess that Wallet Connect has its own peculiarities and interesting challenges which we can solve. So I will not tell you the time where the code is, because it's talking about woof woof, because I don't know, and you have to go back to the page of here wallet representative and find it. It's at the end. I can say only that it's in the end of his page. So try your best and find it. That's that should be your work, to find a QR code, right? So I guess we will have a 5-minute break to wait for our speaker and get back, maybe a bit sooner. guys, we are back. Thanks for waiting a bit. So I represent our next speaker. It's Derek Rein, the CTO of Wallet Connect. Please welcome Derek. Hey, Derek, nice to meet you.
Hey, Ivan, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
I know that it's like super early in the morning, so thanks for coming so early for your time zone.
Rise and grind, the new internet doesn't build itself, right? So,
right. So will you share your screen for the presentation?
Yes, sir.
You look pretty fresh for your early time, right?
It's actually 9 a.m., so I've been up for a few hours.
Okay. So I'm adding your presentation to the stage. You have 20 minutes, so community can wait to hear your thoughts and ideas. Please welcome.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, excited to be here. Hi to all the builders out there. And I didn't bring a presentation. I'm going to walk you over a couple of things that are going on with Wallet Connect and in the wider community, things that I find exciting. So let's kick it off. First, I published, I assume most of you are familiar with Wallet Connect and from our app kit, which is used on pretty much 100% of apps in crypto in Web3 across both EVM, Solana and other chains. But one thing that you may have noticed is that currently when you use Wallet Connect, you can't always just sit back and relax and 100% be confident and that things work. And quality in crypto overall is an issue. And we're really determined to improving that, because otherwise, if the Web3 UX isn't better than the Web2 UX, then we don't think that the builders, basically you, who are going to build the killer applications that are going to draw in the mainstream and crypto's first billion are going to come. So I want to talk for a minute about issues with Wallet Connect that you've perceived maybe in the past and how we're addressing them. And then I'm going to go into a couple of demos, things that I find exciting. And I'm also going to talk about a couple of the things that are ahead and that you can expect in the next year in crypto UX. So first of all, what are some of the issues with Wallet Connect? Obviously, I use Wallet Connect all day, every day. I have about 100 wallets installed on my phone. I have multiple phones. So I'm intimately aware of the issues. And I also stress test the systems just by design, because I'm a normal user. So I use crypto and I use apps mainly actually when I'm on the go. I rarely use it on the desktop. So often I'm exposed to bad network conditions and these kinds of things that currently crypto doesn't design for. Actually, just yesterday I was talking to a team. They launched a new app, Lighthouse, which is very cool. It's more for on-chain pros. But then I reported a bug on their mobile app and they were like, yeah, we didn't test on mobile. And I think you as developers, it's also your job, obviously, to test in mobile and confirm that it works. Also throttle your network into a bad network condition and see if your app still works, especially on Safari, where universal links don't really work in bad network conditions, or it gets tricky. But yeah, so currently, maybe the point I want to make, currently crypto builders build for desktop, but they should be building for mobile and they should be building for bad network conditions. So currently, when you use your mobile wallet, then the perceived latency is bad, and the perceived latency is even worse. So internally at Wallet Connect, so this is the first point. So internally at Wallet Connect, we run what we call not Formula One, but Formula Wallet Connect. So we let our sample wallets, and we have sample wallets on all platforms, web, React Native, Flutter, Unity, Kotlin Swift. So we let them race under network throttled conditions. So we throttle the phone to 3G, we let them race, and then our internal wallets in best condition, like the fastest internal wallet, our Swift wallet, races within 1 or 2 seconds. So you can connect the wallet within 2 seconds. So that's the benchmark. And then Rainbow Wallet, a wallet I love and use on my phone. I love their UX, but they take 30 seconds to race. So 15 times longer than our benchmark wallet. And that's because many wallets out there do a lot of network calls before they actually bootstrap the Wallet Connect SDK, even if they're opened from a Wallet Connect deep link. So this is just one example. And we're now working with all wallets to get this addressed. Obviously, latency is important UX. A couple other things that contribute to the notion of maybe Wallet Connect quality not being so good. It's just simple success and error messages. So when you're in the subway or on the road, it's actually quite common that you have some network loss. And most wallets currently don't show, or like half of the top wallets don't show error messages, and also half of them don't show success messages. So you don't know, for instance, on Zerion wallet, another wallet that I really love, and they're going to address this. But when you're connected, there's no feedback on whether the connection was done. So I don't know if I can switch back into the app. Another thing is that for native apps, wallets don't switch you back automatically, which they could. So that again is an effort. I was on the phone with 20 wallets over the last 2 weeks. I'm going to be on the phone with 10 more next week, and this is going to be prioritized. And all these issues are going to go away. So you as builders can know that your app works well. Another thing that's an issue is we've had bugs in Wallet Connect. Obviously, we're not perfect, and we could have done better. We could have done more QA. But right now in the wild, in wallets and in apps, there are many old SDK versions. So over the last year, we fixed a ton of bugs. But for some apps and wallets, it takes a year to get these SDK versions upgraded. So in the wild, the average SDK version out there has a lot of known bugs. So that's another effort that we're doing to get the apps upgraded. So something that I find exciting. So here this is a catchy slogan that in Web3, latency is the new frontier. So now that you can connect wallets, you can do things, you want to do them more conveniently and faster. It's, I think, obvious. And ultimately, we want better Web3 UX than Web2 UX. So I'll show you something on my phone here. So about 20% of apps in Ethereum use, or actually more, about 30% of the top 1,000 apps use what's called sign in with Ethereum or sign in with Solana. So that's a login. And currently the way it works is you connect your wallet and then you sign a message. You need to sign a message such that the app can verify that you actually own this OX address, that you actually own the account. So it's akin to a login. It's akin to the Web 2 of single sign-on. And we did some work, which I'm going to show, to improve this into just one step. So instead of connect and then sign, you're just going to do one step. So I'm going to show 3 different wallets. The first one I'm going to show is our sample wallet. So I click the button and now it's already open. This is what I mentioned, the wallet that races super fast. And now I did sign with Ethereum, done. Now I'm going to use Zerion wallet. So this is opening a bit slower. Okay. And you can see also Zerion is asking me, do you want to sign in? I'm clicking the sign button and now I'm signed in. So this is an awesome experience. This is actually, I'll argue, better than the current sign in with SSO experience when you use Google SSO. And it's also decentralized, obviously. And lastly, I'll use Rainbow. Bum, 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 bum. So you can see I need to connect. I'm showing Rainbow because Rainbow doesn't support this this one-step experience yet. So here you can see in our sample app, now I need to go back to Rainbow. They're obviously also going to add that. Now I need to sign the message. And now I'm logged in. So this is one example of how we are chopping off steps from the current experience. Another example is the 5792 standard that we did with some other partners recently. So this is another completely obvious thing. And I have an example somewhere. I have to go through my Twitter to find the example video. But basically, it's batch transactions. So for the simple use case of swaps, currently you need to approve and then swap. So with the standard that Safe Wallet already supports the standard and Coinbase Smart Wallet also supports the standard, and dApps don't seize the standard yet. So this is actively proliferating. Now you don't need to do approve and swap anymore, but you just do swap. So it's one click for the end user. And also you don't, as an end user, you don't even have to learn what an approve is. You just use the app. And this goes even further. Let's say your intent is, I think Vitalik started Ethereum because his sword got censored somewhere. So let's take this on World of Warcraft, on your game. So let's take this example of your intent is you want to buy the sword in a game, but all you have is USDC. So what happens behind the scene is probably you need to do an approve on USDC, and then you do the swap, and now you can mint the sword. And those would be 3 interactions into the wallet. And now with 5792, you can turn this into just one interaction. So we are shaving, in many cases, we're shaving N on the order, like a linear amount of transactions and context switches into just one. So I think that's exciting. And yeah, another thing that's exciting is link mode. I've already shown you this, but this with our sample wallet. But this is another latency improvement. It currently only works for native apps, which is there's only very few native apps out there. Most apps are web apps where this doesn't work. But the experience I showed in our sample wallet uses link mode, where instead of using the internet as the transport layer, we use universal links as the transport layer. So that's not just a latency improvement, it's also an improvement where we cut the dependency on the internet. So that's very exciting. All right, I'll do a few more demos, this time on my desktop. All right, so this is the sample application of our flagship app kit. So app kit is, I'm a little bit biased, but it's what you should be using if you're building apps on Ethereum or apps on Solana or apps on all the other chains. And currently this is omni-chain, or it's AppKit is either EVM or Solana, but very shortly it's going to be any of the chains that you want to support simultaneously. There's only very few multi-chains, true EVM and non-EVM multi-chain apps out there right now. For instance, Magic Eden or Snapshot would be examples. But then this is going to be seamlessly possible for you as an app builder. So one cool feature here that I like is you can onboard quote unquote normies or no coiners easily, or even whales who on your app maybe don't want to use their ledger or something, but they just want to get started quickly. So they can do the social login. Do this. I saw a Google SSO pop up that you didn't see. So I'm just clicking confirm there. And so here's a couple of things that we innovated that are cool that I want to highlight to you. So the first one is, you can see as an end user, I get this ENS name that I can choose. So I I don't need to necessarily learn what's an OX address. So that's slightly nicer user experience. Also, I have funds on my EOA account. There's smart accounts and EOA accounts which support both. The default for L2s would be the smart account, but I already have money on my EOA, so I started on that one. And yeah, so it's a smart account. Why does this matter? It matters because through the smart account, the end user doesn't need to learn what gas is. So your end user can just go here, on-ramp into USDC. The fees for that are actually free. So the copy here is wrong. It's 0 to 2% depending on what token you buy. And you can on-ramp for free and then start using an app. And then we have a swap integrated where without switching away from the app, you can start swapping. You as the app, because the smart account embedded wallet supports the 5792 batch transaction standard that I mentioned earlier, but also the 7677 paymaster standard. Use an app, you can also decide that you're going to pay the gas fees for the end user here, which is really awesome. And yeah, so traditional wallet functionality and just for users who want to onboard. And users can also what we call graduate into a quote-unquote real self-custody wallet. So if you're ready to migrate your wallet into Rainbow or Trust or Zerion or any of the other wallets, then you can just do that, which is amazing. Another thing that makes our integration unique here, there's a couple of other embedded wallets out there, but one thing that makes us unique is the user you onboard or the user you bring here might already have funds, because we're the only universal embedded wallet in the market. That means that anyone integrating our app kit, the same email address on any app will get them the same account. So let's go here. This is an app that uses AppKit. I guess I should disconnect my wallet. So here I'm on a third-party app. And I see this Google OAuth dialog again that you cannot see. And here you can see I get the exact same address and my smart account. And that's really amazing, because in my case, I'm actually a user who already has funds on certain chains here. So I don't need to on-ramp again. I can just start using your app, and we're the only solution for that in the market. And yeah, now we are 18 minutes in, so that concludes my demo and presentation. So yeah, Ivan, that's it.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the presentation. It was really cool and practice. I love when people just show on practice how the things works. And I'm glad that you're continuously bringing some new into industry, because you already created such a tech monster in a good manner, right? So and continue developing your product. Good luck to you. Thanks for having time for us. Always welcome in Ukraine. Hope that someday it will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for hosting, Ivan. Thanks for the Incrypted team. And yeah, if you have any questions, if you ever experience any issues with wallet connected builders out there, my Telegram is CyberDRK, my Twitter is CyberDRK. Please reach out immediately. We want to make sure that Crypto UX really is going to be awesome. And if there's issues on apps or wallets, we can help escalate that. So please don't hesitate reaching out, and have a great rest of your Saturday. Enjoy building.
Great. Thank you. Bye-bye. So the next speaker will be Cooper Emmons from Injective Labs. Please welcome. Hey, Cooper. Thanks for coming on
Hey.
time. Thanks for having time for us. Super glad to see you here. Welcome in Ukraine. Yet online, but maybe someday it'll be offline.
Hopefully. Thanks for having me. I really looking forward to it.
So you have 20 minutes. Please share your ideas and thoughts with our audience.
Yeah, totally. Well, first, as way of introduction, I'm Cooper. I work on the Injective Labs business team, and I'm really thankful for the Incrypted team to give us this opportunity to just chat quickly and have me share for a few minutes about what more of what we're building at Injective and why we think it's exciting, and how developers or users listening today can get started building their own financial application in just a few clicks. So with that being said, would love to get into a little bit of this presentation. So Injective is the blockchain built for finance. And what does that mean? It means that everything the core team has done over the past 5, 6, 7 years of development has been oriented and kind of fundamentally determined around building the best user and developer experience for finance-based application. So every integration, every upgrade, and every consideration on the chain level is always going to be focused for building the best Web3 finance. For instance, right? I think block times right now are down to almost 700 milliseconds on chain. And we'll get into a lot more of this throughout the presentation. But, we believe fundamentally that $1 billion liquidation should never be competing for block space with a PFP transfer. So kind of getting into it here, what makes Injective different? So lightning fast transaction times, as we just noted, 0 gas fees, frequent batch auctions, which we can chat about a bit more later. A native order book fully on chain, eliminating the need for something like an automated market maker, which kind of creates a lot of price slippage or bad price discovery, and a very unique module set, which I'm very excited to get in, with all of our different prospective developers to get a better understanding of how, Injective really provides kind of a WordPress for finance or a WordPress for kind of DeFi, and allows users to spin up applications in just a couple clicks. What are a couple of these plug and play modules? To start, we have our order book module, our bridge module, and our Oracle module, a bunch of the different smart contracts that come out of the box, binary options, auction, lending, and more. And what's the significance? What does this mean? It means for anyone that's building a finance application, they now can, understand that certain things are non-negotiable when looking for a chain, right? When you make the determination to build on a chain, you have to figure out, right, do I have to build this from scratch? What is the native VM environment? What is the native development, developer experience? And how can I get help building my application? Injective provides a very new and kind of net new developer experience and opportunity, as we provide these developers with out-of-the-box white label solutions to build their application almost seamlessly. And we've been seeing, a lot of really cool examples of that, which we'll get into later in the presentation. So first, the network has been incredibly fast. Injective is able to process upwards of 10,000 transactions per second, achieving instant, finality while sustaining lightning fast speeds. Second, for those who are building products within the trading realm, creating a gas-free environment is absolutely crucial for users and every aspect of that trade occurring. So, to get in more into kind of the gas aspect of Injective, and, first off, gas fees are less than a penny on every single transaction. However, Injective has abstracted the complexity and the need away for users to pay their own gas fees. So essentially, a user comes on and can click and trade with paying no gas. And I think that that's something that, is quite unique to the chain and really allows for there to be, a unique opportunity for developers creating apps, but also on the user side. So going a bit deeper onto that, Injective also has a unique way in which it matches orders via frequent batch auctions. Injective's frequent batch auction is commonly proposed in economic journals as the definitive solution to solving a lot of the different capital inefficiencies that exist while, matching trades, etc. And it allows for a much more liquid marketplace by eliminating front running. So essentially what that means and the way that works is when you're utilizing, other different types of trading applications on other networks, let's say Uniswap on Ethereum, you have, the possibility of getting sandwich attacked or getting front run, right? And there's a lot of bad actors that are, essentially trying to beat you and get in front of you in that block space. The way Injective works is we have a uniform clearing price at the end of each block. So we can batch thousands of different transactions and clear them within one singular block using this, very unique and kind of net new method called frequent batch auctions. Next is kind of understanding our order book. So everything that we've noted, kind of is centered around the main exchange module on the chain. And this is, of course, all possible because we have this on-chain order book. It is the core offering that really differentiates Injective from any other network currently available within the crypto industry. And for those who are not building only a finance application, or building something in the social-fi or the GameFi side of things, this also presents a really interesting opportunity, right? Because you can plug in essentially a way to, swap assets seamlessly. And almost every single application needs, some form of swap available, whether that be, an NFT marketplace that needs a swap from a stable coin into a native token, or whatever that use case might be. So next on to kind of the modules, right? What are modules? Injective has what we call plug and play modules. These are core financial modules that developers are able to pick from and choose in order to build their application and launch it quickly. Building some of those modules, Injective has a bridging module. So going back to the core of what DeFi applications need, they need their network to be highly interoperable and to allow for any and all assets to flow into their app quickly. Injective is natively powered by IBC, connecting with any network within the Cosmos ecosystem, and is also natively integrated with Ethereum and utilizes a super cool and a lot of different developers. You can look more into this where I can kind of guide you to a lot of that documentation. But EIP 712 signature scheme, which allows for an Injective address to be directly derived from an Ethereum address, which allows for asset transfer and really the use case or abstraction of that use from an Ethereum user over to Injective. Very seamless, right? You can use a MetaMask wallet. It's very straightforward. So with that being the case, then kind of onto our Oracle mod. Injective allows for plug and play out of the box and have chain to things like
sorry, it was bad connection, so maybe you repeat the last sentence. Okay.
Totally. No, of course. So Pith is integrated into Injective's Oracle module. And this Oracle module allows for developers who are building any type of financial application to stream in more than 500 different price feeds, from real world assets to FX to altcoins, long tail meme coins, the whole bit, right? And then the next piece is really the smart contract platform offered on Injective. Smart contracts are also available, to developers on Injective through Cosmwasm currently. Anyone to first financial applications. Injective's smart contract platform is also highly unique because it allows for contracts to be executed automatically every block instead of needing an external agent like a user to invoke the contract, trigger that logic that is associated with the smart contract. Injective smart contracts can be triggered at each block on their own without the need of any external agent. Further, this allows developers to create significantly more advanced applications. On other networks, you see cranks that are necessary, and cranks, are not needed. Experience. With all these different modules, you can plug them all together to build your own application seamlessly, right? So, think about, I want to build an exchange today. I need, in a lightning fast environment with sub-second block times, 10,000 transactions per second, et cetera, I can take a bridge, the bridge module, allow for ERA assets from Ethereum to flow over, be attested into my order book and be launched with markets on chain into my order book. And I can build a lending module or stream an Oracle module to pull price feeds in or borrow margin against that, right? So it's a fully composable financial ecosystem that really allows you to take different modules, plug them together, and build your own application. So next, on to the different ecosystems, really proof of what I've chatted about. And here's a couple: Black Panther, QueerT, Helix, Mito, Elixir, Hydro, SA World, Astroport, just a couple of the awesome ecosystem applications that are currently live on mainnet with millions of dollars in TVL and thousands of users that are great proof and putting proof in the pudding of allowing, I guess, what to say of this is really real in practice. So this allows for a whole host of applications to be built on Injective. This is just a small snapshot of a lot of the different applications that are currently live. However, Helix, for instance, is probably one of the most used applications within the network. Mito is a large LP vault platform that allows seamless liquidity to flow into the exchange module. And you have things like Hydro, which is more of a traditional LST or LSD protocol that allows for native Cosmos assets to realize yield in the liquid form. And then the next piece we have are really native issuances coming to Injective. And I think that's really exciting relative to the future of the blockchain. So currently, there are a lot of different forms of wrapped tokens that are coming over through the Peggy bridge, through Wormhole, through various different bridging types of solutions. And we highlight those different types of assets here. And we've seen a lot of really cool work and a lot of collaborations and some exciting news coming on the Injective end in the coming weeks surrounding different real world assets that will be available on Injective as a chain that will be able to seamlessly be plugged into these applications and modules seamlessly. So next is kind of the bottom layer. And this is where Injective, I believe, really shines. And it's that we have integrations with all of the largest institutions within the crypto space. And the word institutions, I think, is likely kind of used incorrectly, quite a bit. However, the concept of shared liquidity is kind of the biggest barrier in the crypto industry. So everyone wants to build an exchange, everyone wants to build an application. However, you can never serve your users if you don't have suitable liquidity. And who can provide suitable liquidity? It's the biggest trading firms, institutions, and more institutional types of liquidity providers out there. And many of them are not on chain in a big way, and all of those different participants are integrated with Injective natively, providing liquidity to the shared liquidity layer. So essentially, the way this works is you have three parts of the stack here, right? You have the liquidity providers providing liquidity to these different types of assets through these exchange modules, through these different types of modules on the chain level itself. And then you have several different applications on the top stack servicing those assets and that liquidity and allowing incredible user experiences to occur. So I think, on a high level, the one point that I really want to get across to the entire incredible Ukrainian, developer community is that if you're interested in building any type of application that wants to leverage seamless access to assets or seamless access to liquidity, Injective is the right place for you to get started. And essentially you can take and look through our docs, take any of our modules and plug in any of the assets you see and get access to institutional grade liquidity instantly. So to talk through, another example just quickly, there's an incredible team called BitToro. BitToro took a look and they realized we have kind of best in class liquidity that's being provided by many of the names and close partners that you can see on the screen now. And with that liquidity, they can now build a better user experience with the different markets that are being offered on chain, and the different, and they're going to tailor that user experience, that UI, that UX, and they're going to onboard through their own marketing funnels, and they're going to reap the rewards, and they'll build their own business case themselves. However, they've used this software stack and this type of really modular exchange module, binary options module, be it, or module plus the bridge, to build this application pretty seamlessly. So with that being the case, here's where you can take a look into our docs as well as join our Discord. I would recommend kind of developers to head over to either as community member. Without a doubt, definitely join the Injective Discord. I think it's one of the most poppin' places out there. I head over there, quite a bit on the weekends to just say what's up to the community. We're all favorites. And for those of you who are interested, take a look through our doc. Please ask, our growing team any questions you may have. And lastly, we are having our first ever, in-person event at ETHCC in Brussels next month, and we would love to host any of you here listening today. You can see the link. You can sign up right below. And thanks to the entire Incrypted for, allowing it. Really appreciate the time, and thanks, guys.
Thanks. It was super cool. The last event, it'll be online, right?
No, it will be streamed online, similar to this. However, it will be in person at ETHCC in Brussels. So I'll be sure to share that link with the entire Incrypted team, and I'd love to meet you in person, Ivan.
Sure. By the way, the most popular comments under all our videos on YouTube. So tell us a bit about Injective. Tell us about Injective. Give us the review of Injective protocol. So it's very popular in our region, and I hope that this link will be useful for our community. Thanks for sharing it. Thanks for sharing your ideas, thoughts, and for your time.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and for anybody that's interested, we have an incredibly hands-on team that's always online, and we'd love to work with any developers, or users across the entire space. So again, thanks, and looking forward to doing more of this with you guys in the future.
So thank you. Bye-bye. Guys, for all who watching it on Twitter, please sign up for our Twitter account or X account. I don't know how to call it. I used to call it Twitter. And also sign up to our YouTube channel, because tomorrow we will have Incrypted conference offline, and we will stream it to YouTube. So it'll be also English speakers, non-English speakers. There will be a translation, so you will not miss any word. So sign up on Twitter, on YouTube and wait for updates. We create a lot of interesting, useful content. Thanks for watching us, and we are going to the next speaker. It'll be the representative of Zion, not just representative, it's the founder of Zion, Bernd Barkley. Please welcome. Hey Bernd, nice to see you. Welcome to Ukraine.
Hey, how are you?
Happy to have you today. Can't wait to hear and see your thoughts, ideas, updates about Zion. By the way, I always see when people looking at this pre-video, and they smiling. I choose a great pick. So yeah. So did you get a presentation? Will you share it with us?
Absolutely. Apologies for the delay here.
Oh, it's okay. It's morning, right, at your time zone?
It is morning. It is morning.
Okay.
So I just need to convert it to a PDF. Please hold the apologies. But no, I appreciate you having me on. And honestly, what a good day. What is there a reason not to smile about? I think the markets are exciting. Obviously, the innovation is exciting. We had such, an amazing. I really appreciate you guys, and I think we have we had a lot of viewers on, right? So it's very exciting to be here.
Thanks. We are also excited because there are so much speakers with such a different topics. So it's from simple community things to difficult developers things, topics. So it's very cool. And I advise all the audience, if you missed some pitch, so come back and look all of them, because all of them are interested. Oh,
awesome. Beautiful.
So the stage is yours. You have 20 minutes. Please welcome.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you to the entire Incrypted team. Thank you to everyone listening at home, wherever you may be in the world. I do think that is something beautiful, especially about crypto, is that we are trying to break down global borders. And again, what a good reason to smile, because I believe that we're succeeding in that. But without kind of further ado, it's kind of where I come into the picture and I talk about Zion. So my name is Burnt Banksy. I kind of got this name about 3 years ago. I bought a Banksy art piece. I set it on fire, turned the physical into a digital NFT, sold it on OpenSea for, in 2021, what was the highest average price sale on OpenSea for most of 2021. We were covered in news outlets such as CBS, Bloomberg, Forbes, The New Yorker, and very happy to be speaking with you all today. The impetus of this, of course, was this conversation with a lot of people in my life of, talking about the concept of NFTs, especially back in 2021. It's so interesting to see Online Crypto Marathon 2024. But back in 2021, NFTs were not what they were now. Back in the day, people would have a lot of punks, and that would not be as big of a flex that it is now. But with that being said, a lot of my friends and family were, kind of talking to me and saying, well, if it's not in my living room, if it's not on my walls, it's not art. There's no value to it. And so, to me, taking something that quote unquote had value, which was this, this Banksy art piece that had previously sold in a Sotheby's auction for about $90,000, taking something that had value, we had the certificate, and then if anyone can actually see the actual piece, the piece is, it's entitled Morons. It's about an English auction, and on the actual piece of art, it says, "I can't believe you morons actually buy this shit," which I found to be perfect, especially as we were kind of doing this kind of NFT stuff. But suffice to say, we have been in crypto for quite some time, probably about 8 years at this point, full time. And with that being said, wanting to literally spark the conversation of going over to retail. And it worked. The NFT ended up selling for $400,000. We're in the Wikipedia for the word NFT today. And we've done a lot to kind of progress the NFT, whether it be community or standards or infrastructure, but with this kind of main goal of always wanting to bring crypto to the mainstream. And everything that I would say that we try to do is to kind of go for this. And so with that being said, we're extremely excited actually to be announcing the recent fundraise for Zion. We announced a $25 million Series A fundraise with some amazing partners and people that I would consider friends, such as Multicoin Capital, Golden Tree, Animoca, Mechanism, Spartan, Figment, you name it. A lot of these people have been here for many, many years and for many, many more years to come, with the goal of making crypto completely disappear. And so right now, we have a testnet going live with about 2 million kind of active on-chain accounts. Notice that I don't say wallets, and we can get into that later. About 30 million transactions processed by this testnet, an ecosystem that's growing very, very rapidly of over 200 projects. But with the end goal of just trying to make crypto completely disappear. What does that mean and why? And I'm sure a lot of people sitting here in the audience can understand there's a big problem in crypto. Everything is extremely siloed. There are immense large barriers to entry, not only for developers, but for users, right? There's, bridging. You need to know the concepts of wallets. You need to understand, you need to understand which links to click, which links not to click to avoid getting drained, which products are real, which one has a mistyped L so that you don't lose everything. Also, you know, as many of you may know, and I imagine a lot of conversations will come up on this, is this concept of a fragmented ecosystem. You know, fragmented stacks, fragmented standards. You know, it's that typical, you know, it's that typical meme, if anyone's seen it, where there's 14 standards. Let's build one to make one, to make an all-encompassing one, and now we have 15 standards. You know, and then moreover, right, an immense amount of onboarding and interaction complexities, which, for those of you who are probably sitting in the audience, have, you know, everyone here pretty much had to go through it at some point. But let's dive into a little bit more about Zion. You know, when we talk about this concept of generalized abstraction, and so, as I mentioned, right, the main goal is to completely abstract everything away, whether that be accounts, being able to really not need a wallet anymore. Signatures, you know, at this point, since everything's a smart contract account, we're actually able to use the signatures of anything, whether that be JWT, JSON Web Token, or MetaMask, or you know, or Phantom, or Solana wallets, or any wallets. We can use the signature for that. Chain abstraction, which kind of goes into this aspect of interoperability. We don't believe that the end user should see gas or really need to understand that for payments. Everything will be done in USDC or dollars or euros, kind of depending where we want to go, and then on any device possible. And so when we kind of talk about this aspect, you look at this, you know, you look at what happens when you have a lot on a smart contract level rather than something like a protocol level, right? And this is something that a lot of people have done very, very well. You know, and I think with looking at the left side, which is Ethereum, you have the bundlers, the paymasters, the signers, the key managements, the accounts, the modules, the registries, and then you get to the wallets, and then you get to the dApps. And I think for us, there's no real excuse for this anymore. You know, and I think we're aiming to get a lot better. But the idea of making everything on a protocol level so that there's not this, like, especially if you like look at key management, that's something that shouldn't really be needed by you know, a lot of people. But then as we take that, right, and we take this perspective of we saying, hey, everything's a smart contract. There are no more EOAs. Everything's a smart contract account. You then effectively get this really, really interesting mix, what we call abstracted interoperability, or what a lot of people are seeing as chain abstraction, which is saying we have a smart contract on, let's say, Zion, we have a smart contract on, say, Solana, we have a smart contract account on, say, Base, and then being able to say, you know, act as kind of mirroring chains to each other, since it's not a very similar flow as before. You know, the idea is to go smart contract to smart contract. And what this looks like in an omni-chain environment is exactly what we said, right? And I think I have always given this kind of example where I want someone to be going on FriendTech on Base, which is just an internet application, using whatever funds or anything that they had there without having to switch or anything, going to something like a step-in on Solana and being able to kind of participate and go there, and not having to go through these complexities of saying, okay, well, I need to move my funds from Base over to then some swap, and then swap that for Solana, and then use that Solana to then buy the step-in shoes. It should just be one, you know. And I think the kind of the word around intent got us to a great position here, but I think there's a lot to be desired on kind of the UX level. And I think when you think about Zion, that is where a lot of our innovation kind of comes in. And so what we're aiming to do, you know, is linking many user accounts across many different, you know, against many different blockchains, having, you know, of course, unique identifiers, etc. But then being able to not necessarily need this one point of, whether that be entry, failure, what have you, just being able to use crypto very similar to the internet without needing these kind of barriers to entry. And we are very, very well on our way with this, right? So if anyone's kind of been keeping up with our Twitter, we had IBC over to Injective through Nomos, and this was an interesting one. This is our actual first use case of this, where you were able to use the Talus NFT marketplace, which is deployed on Injective through Zion, and you would have absolutely no idea you would ever interact with a blockchain, let alone one blockchain. You would have no idea you would have been interacting with two blockchains. And so extremely, extremely quickly, we then decided to kind of pedal to the metal on this and, you know, really go for scale on this, right? And so we also announced that we had done something very similar for BNB chain with Toki, working very closely with Saga for the chainlets on this aspect of that. Avalanche via Landslide network, and then something also that kind of missed this was also Picasso allowing us to do this to Solana, again kind of facilitating that early example that I had given. And kind of going into that, our ecosystem is extremely rapidly growing. So much to say, as we've already updated this graphic since the time that I get that I made it, but suffice to say, you know, we have incredible teams working on incredible complicated problems here. You know, and I think as we relate to ecosystem and as we relate to where we are in the ecosystem, projects that we work with, I think one thing that kind of brings everything together is this kind of goal of an abstracted future. You know, I think you can ask anyone on this list here that we've been working with for many years on exactly what we're trying to do. And I think everyone here would tell you that we are looking to bring crypto to the mainstream. And we have had such super exciting results. You know, kind of with this one of them I'll kind of bring up right now, which would be EarnOS, which is a launch that we had done, I believe, 2 weeks ago. It's a Quasi platform for Web 2. You would never understand that there's a wallet at all. And it allows us to actually work with incredible partners, such as they had been working with Uber, North Face, Sunglass Hut, Baskin Robbins. Saw a 150% increase for Sunglasses Hut's follower count, and then I believe a 9,000% increase in their user engagement. And so, if anyone has time, obviously, naturally check it out. You know, and it is extremely exciting for everything here. Our team, obviously, we couldn't be here without our team and our absolutely stacked team. You know, kind of head of DevOps coming from previously Terraform, core contributor of the Gravity Bridge, some extremely stacked team that we're excited to you know, effectively kind of where we bring this is, I like to say that we're the AWS of Web3. You know, we stay here on this kind of StreamYard app, and I have no idea where it's hosted. I have no idea where this conference is being hosted, and it shouldn't matter to me, right? It needs to be in the back end. It needs to be unseen but powering. And I think when we think about Zion and we think about where we are in the process of what we're building, it is extremely incredible to really understand how we have done this. And I'll go into a little bit more of the technicals and kind of this appendix aspect here. But you know, as we kind of talk about ways in which we can fully kind of take this completely, call it like a gas-free approach. You know, being able to pay in any token and then having it obviously kind of automatically swapped to Zion. And I think this is like one of the main aspects of our fee abstraction. You know, and I think the way that we look at it as it relates to applications deploying on us is there's two types. And the easiest way to kind of break it down is there is, you know, well, I guess three, right? There's free transactions, which is then kind of this fee sponsoring aspect. And then these things like platform send, which would be, if I'm sending you something, you know, being able to kind of have two aspects: fee sponsoring, which you've probably seen before, which is a developer will pay on behalf of the user or will pay on behalf of the developer. And then there's kind of this aspect which more so mimics Web 2 on a protocol level, which is, you know, this kind of inter-transaction gas fee, which of course still denominated in USDC, still denominated in dollars. We're able to say, okay, this is $100. 99.5 goes to the seller. The rest goes to whatever chain it's on, probably in fees, and then the 0.0001 cent goes to Zion. And so the way that we're able to kind of hit this background role is saying, hey, any token, no matter it's ETH, whether it's Solana, whether it's BNB, any token can be used. Anything is denominated in USDC, which also allows us to use credit card. You know, and I think kind of going back to, you know, this kind of larger slide of saying AWS of Web3, the idea is to be silent. You know, and I think looking at where we are and the idea of being silent is extremely powerful, because we need to be in a position in this industry where products can actually thrive. And I think you look at the top 100 right now, it's all infrastructure. And I think where we are in this kind of current cycle, especially with memes and everything like that, is this focus of infrastructure. And I believe in this current environment, right, we have this chicken and egg of, well, there's no users because there's no products, and there's no products because there are no users. And we believe that the catalyst event to this is creating a total addressable market for products to exist, to stay in the background, to say, work the way that you want, increase the total addressable market. Because right now, as an industry, if you want to be a product in this industry, your total addressable market is the size of MetaMask or Phantom, or the combination of the two major wallets probably gives you a very good indication of the total addressable market that you as a product have in this industry. And that's not viable, right? And like, I think we mimic the adoption curves and the adoption timelines, I would say, of Web 2, of the internet, which I find to be pretty shameful, as the internet required hardware and we don't. And I think for us, there are immense frictions, there are immense barriers to entry, and there is enough of fraudulent behavior as well. But I think as you see it as it is in the industry, the future will be silent in a way, very similarly to how when I'm interacting on the internet, I'm not saying, oh, I'm in Web 2, I'm on the web. And I think very, very, very soon, you're going to be seeing the exact same thing, where you're not going to know if you're interacting with the Web 3 application or Web 2 application. And then eventually, it's just not going to matter. So I will kind of lead it off that. Obviously, please, everyone, stay in touch. I also go to the Discord a lot. Obviously, I'm there talking very frequently. Please stay up to date on Twitter. Burnt Zion. Get a chance to read our docs, read the white paper if you want kind of more of a technical deep dive, and then explore the ecosystem. There is a lot to play with. There is a lot to do. You don't need to download any wallets. You don't need to onboard or bridge any ETH or anything. You can just start using applications, and we're very excited for that. So, again, thank you to the Incrypted team. I really appreciate you guys having me on. What an incredible venue, what incredible setup. This has been awesome, Ivan, and I really appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. I guess you found your community here in Ukraine, because lots of comments that Zion is huge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you burned the community, burned the audience. So it was a great presentation. Very cool ideas and thoughts behind Zion. I'm happy to hear it from you today, and I hope someday that you will visit Ukraine and we will meet in person, because I do believe that crypto is a person behind the project. So it's all about the people, despite the fact that we are moving to AI and all those things, but people is first, I guess. And I'm happy to have you today. Thank you, and have a good day. We're waiting for the next meet. Okay. Guys, we have 2 slots for today, and the next slot will be super, super huge and solid. So it'll be Anatoly Yakovenko, co-founder and CEO of Solana Labs, and Austin Federa, head of strategy, Solana Foundation. I'm happy to see him for the second day in a row. So please welcome our friends and partners from Solana. Hey guys, welcome to Ukraine. It's such a great pleasure to see you. We have a stream with Anatoly in 2019, where I don't know even if talking exists that time, but since 5 years we're here. And I give word to Austin Federa, which I'm happy to see the second day in a row. And I guess you have something interesting to talk about Solana. Please, the stage is yours. You're welcome.
Cool. Well, yeah, thanks for having us today. I guess it's Saturday. It's what, 10 for me, 7 a.m. for Toli. So it's great to be here, and thanks for making time today, Toli.
Yeah, great to be here.
Great. Well, I guess before we go into a bunch of like the questions on future of Solana and sort of what are some of the big technical advancements that have happened in the last kind of few months, I know Ukraine and this part of the world was a big sort of early supporter of Solana. A lot of the early validators came from there. What was some of your sort of engagement with the community in this part of the world in sort of the early days of Solana like?
Yeah, I love Sergej and the Everstake team. He's amazing. In those early days, we really didn't have enough developers, even internally at labs, to build things. And oftentimes we'd have like a hot priority request from a customer, and I would call Sergej, hey man, I need help. Can you guys build this? And he would say, of course, whatever you need. So it's been a very long journey working with developers based in Ukraine, and it's been awesome to have him.
Yeah, Sergej is quite a gem and a great contributor to the Solana community. So I want to get into some of the technical work that's been done maybe over the last year and a half that maybe some people who are not sort of in the day-to-day as developers aren't so aware of. I want to start off, I mean, many people have heard about the Firedancer project. Like at a high level, like why isn't another independent validator client important, and what are some of the other learnings that have come out of this project?
I think the most important thing that these systems provide is safety and transparency and validity of the state. And people are people, they make mistakes. So you want to have multiple teams that have built a validator implementation from the ground up based on the same protocol, because the probability of two different teams writing the same bugs is pretty low. And ideally you have more than two, you have four or even more, but two is at least a really good start. So that's the number one kind of most important part that Firedancer accomplishes. The other part is that we had to kind of research the jet engine and build it while the plane is flying and crashing towards runway 0 like at all times. So the Firedancer folks get to see the full spec and can actually build the software that perfectly matches how the spec works. That means they don't have to inherit all the technical debt that accumulated in the Agave client, and they can really demonstrate the performance of a validator that implements the system. And that means like the goal for them is to show that the system scales to 10 gigabit worth of turbine traffic. That means we can handle 10 gigabits worth of transactions propagated around the world. At like, 256 bytes, we're talking millions of TPS if it fully saturates that pipe. If that's possible, that is literally, I think, all the scale we need for the foreseeable future. And then the challenge is then hardware deployment, optimizing that hardware, optimizing the links and stuff like this. And those are solvable by individual validators.
Yeah, so one of the I would say recurring stories of crypto is that the lab and the white paper are very different than production. So a lot of Solana validators today have access to over a gigabit of symmetric bandwidth, a number are running 10. What's the differences in Firedancer that's going to enable it to actually potentially saturate those links and hit several million transactions per second, whereas today the existing client can't do that?
The existing client could possibly even do it. It just might require so many cores and such a fast system that it's not practical to deploy it globally. So what Firedancer is doing, because they've heavily optimized all the memory accesses, the runtime, how packets go from the network card into the SIG verify stage and the scheduler and the block producer, and on the other side, how they go from turbine to the virtual machine. There's no copies. Everything's super fast. There's no context switches. So you can kind of think of all those little things as kind of gears in the sand. Firedancer made the gears really, really precise and removed all the sand. And that means that what's cool about it is that if the current load and demand is not 10 gigabit, because it's nowhere near that,
right,
you should be able to run a Solana validator on with much lower hardware requirements, at least on the compute side and potentially memory.
Right, because the client itself is so much more efficient that if the demand stays, similar to what it is today, yeah, that's a nice thing about, like, you make systems faster, they either get faster or they get cheaper to run too. Speaking of things getting cheaper, I wanted to talk a little bit about the ZK compression work that Light Protocol and Helios released yesterday. This has been kind of a long thing in the works. I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding about what this is on crypto Twitter. So you want to just kind of start from the beginning and walk us through what this is and what this is not.
Sure. It's not actual data compression. It's state compression. And I think the old school term that was used back in the day when I was kind of mulling these ideas over with the Cosmos folks like Zaki was called a stateless accumulator.
Right.
But I think the most accurate term today might be a based validity rollup. But forget about those terms. The reason why we call it compression is that it shrinks state. It reduces the amount of state your program needs to keep on chain and Merkleizes it, not entirely off chain. All the transactions and all the data that is associated with the leaves has to go through the L1. So if you run a validator, you observe all the changes to the Merkle root, and you can recreate all the leaves. And there's open source software to go do that. And that allows developers to move a bunch of their program state into this off-chain Merkleized database, whatever you want to call it. So if you want to think of it in rollup terms, it's a storage rollup. I don't know if that might have been a better name for commercialization, but when we launched NFTs, we called them compressed NFTs, and that's how the term stuck. But all this does is store data. And it's really important that all it does is store data because it doesn't do any execution. The composition of the state happens on the L1. That means the L1 has a common interface. It's the state, how it's represented through SVM. So it doesn't matter what storage rollup your NFT is in. The bridge contract, there's only one bridge contract. All the formats are standardized. So users are not aware that compressed NFTs are not part of the Solana state because they work like normal NFTs because all the developers will decompress them on demand. It doesn't matter which storage rollup they're in. They can be in any rollup. And from a user's perspective, it's a single unified giant state. From a developer's perspective, you have to deal with a bit of the pain points of dealing with the roots and unpacking and dealing with the proofs and stuff like that. But you're still dealing with a single giant state machine. So you have all the atomic composition, everything is synchronous with respect to the L1 block producer and the L1 state transitions. But you have very, very cheap state that you can allocate for users. There's definitely work that you need to do.
Yeah.
You need to run these services that can maintain all the leaf state. You need to checkpoint him and back him up and stuff like this. But all those tools are available. Metaplex has, I think, over 4,000 state roots in live right now. So you can think of Solana as the roll-up chain because it has 4,000 roll-ups at this point.
The modular dream is alive in Solana.
Exactly. And those hold close to 500 million NFTs.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that people have been sort of confused on is some of what you were talking about how is the state compressed, but also all of the data is still recoverable from the L1. That seems to some people like a little bit of an oxymoron.
So there's a difference between transactions recorded in the ledger and how much it costs to store those, and the program memory that is necessary to process the transaction and get to finality and consensus. that program memory is basically limited by RAM on each validator.
Yep.
So it has to be resident on every machine. It has to be available during voting, during consensus. So it's kind of the most expensive state you can think of, and it's replicated fully around the network. Stuff that's in the ledger, once that transaction is finalized, nodes don't actually need any of that state that's in the ledger. They keep about 2 epochs worth because that's good for dealing with outages and recovery and stuff like that. But you don't technically need more than that. But the ledger is archived by a bunch of different services. You can run your own archive. You can use the Filecoin archive. So since all the changes to these Merkle roots are part of the information that is wholly contained in a transaction, all the information that you need to recover all the leaves and the roots are available in the ledger. So if you run a full node, you run a validator, you will observe all the changes to these roots. There's no way that data can be withheld. So you have full guarantees that the data is there, and you recover all the roots and serve that data to your users.
Yeah. What do you think the right sort of, I mean, this industry loves to invent new terminology for stuff, but like, are we talking like a layer 1.5? Is this still, should this still be thought of as like on the L1? Like, how do these fit into your mental models of blockchain?
I think when most developers think rollup, they think something that happens on a different chain that is then proven to the L1.
Yeah.
And that means that you're kind of dealing with your own scheduling, block producer, sequencers. Now, that's not a strict technical distinction, but commercially, this is what every rollup L2 environment has done. Right. So I think it'd be more confusing to call these things rollups. I don't know, storage co-processor, whatever. Compression was one term that seems fitting, but the goal for this technology is to save users and developers state costs, this cost to allocate, the rent costs. So it's purely dealing with the storage side of the problem.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I think this is one of those things where like, it's going to be hard to know exactly what people are going to build with this until they build it. I mean, so some of the applications that sort of we've seen people excited about is like, oh, if I want to, bring the entire Twitter account database, if that were open source, like on chain, this is now like an economically viable way to do that. What other types of applications or use cases do you think this is really going to enable that are today not really economically viable?
I think basically like something like code where you're trying to get rid of all the possible friction points for a user when they onboard to crypto. And that means you pre-allocate all the accounts for them, you pre-allocate the state, they don't know what gas is. So if you really, really want to build that fully integrated application where the user doesn't pay for anything, they're not dealing with even the idea of gas or priorities or any of that stuff. Something like this could really simplify and reduce the cost to do that, because you effectively Merkleize all the user state that's not being actively used, and then only the users that are actively transacting in any given point in time need to be on the L1. And that amount of state is very small and manageable for any developer. So for companies that really, really want to grow as fast as possible and remove all the friction points, this is a really great technology to manage super active users and, effectively everyone else. When you look at, all activity on chain, you have very power law distribution of who's active and who's not. And there is no point to pay for everyone's state, right? In a very kind of manageable environment, you only need to pay for the active user side. And this is really what the L1 only cares about. What are the active users that are transacting, changing ownership, or trading or whatever?
Yeah, interesting. So moving away from a little bit of the technical side of things, there's been a ton of I would say like both like social product and sort of just like community growth over the last year. I mean, everything from like the SIMD process, which is a technical process, but is a social process that governs a technical process, to like the Solana Summit with the just in Kuala Lumpur. You know, how are you seeing like the non-technical side of the Solana ecosystem evolve and grow as well?
The best part is that people are arguing with me on on the technical direction of where Solana should go. And that's really important because that's when you actually can get to a source of truth and like something that is correct. It's very, very hard to know everything all at once and keep everything in your head. So I'm very grateful for all the engineers and developers that have now become experts in Solana beyond my even level of expertise. So I think that part is really, really important. The social glue is what is the final kind of security primitive that keeps the network alive, right? That's going to let it survive arbitrary faults and who knows what.
Yeah. So you've said before on the debate with Justin Drake from Ethereum that like a lot of the way people talk about economic security on Ethereum is a little bit of a meme. What is the sort of vision in your mind for the economic security of, or not, sorry, not the economic security, of the security model that Solana runs on, if it's different than sort of what would be considered the economic security model in Ethereum?
The thing is that doesn't matter what we call it. The security of these systems is the same. There's nothing I could do to, if economic security provides any value, there's nothing I could do to remove it from Solana.
Right.
And there's nothing Justin could do to add it to Ethereum if it doesn't work. So what we discuss is kind of like more, I would say, what you should be focusing on as a developer and engineer. And to me, it's really, really important to focus on the physical, practical, testable, measurable security. And that means a large number of independent block producers, a large number of independent validators that run in different geographical locations, in different data centers, different ISPs that are very, very distributed, that have their own key management systems and operate independently. And ideally, these folks have a real business interest for the validity of the state. Like Circle is really my best example because they don't need any stake. What they care about is that the state is safe because their business is so large. They have billions of dollars that are transacting through this, that they care about the validity of the state more than they care about any staking rewards. So to me, that if we focus on that, doesn't matter if economic security is real or not. Like if you have a very large number of independent validators that all have independent businesses that care that the state is correct, you're kind of done. That's the end goal. So I think it's fun to argue about these things and argue semantics and stuff, but I want people to really hyper focus on what's measurable and what's practical.
Yeah, that's interesting. What do you think is the relationship then between security and the number of physical machines then?
This is really, really hard to tease out. But
to tease this out just a little bit, like like Ethereum has approximately 2 times the number of physical boxes as Solana, but the market cap is much higher. Like a typical Ethereum analysis would be like, oh, Ethereum's 10 times more economically secure. But do you see like it maybe is closer to 2 times because there's twice the number of boxes? Like, how do you think about those relationships?
The thing is that like the probability of a fault kind of reduces exponentially.
Okay.
But it's very hard to know that all the faults are covered by any of these systems because you're dealing with so many different variables that it's very hard to know how many of these boxes are Sybil, how many are run by like on a single. You can figure out how many are run by on a single data center and stuff, but you can't figure out how many are run by a single operator. And there's a bunch of different nuances there. So I would say the key measurable parts are good to have as large as possible, simply because it's really, really hard to understand what's happening behind the scenes. What I think is really important is that if you have a business or a reason as an individual that really depends on the validity of the state, that you really care about it, that you're able to run a full node, and the cost benefit analysis there, it's up to every individual person. If you use Solana a lot, the expense of the full node is the smallest expense, because what you're getting is very, very cheap and fast fees, and that whole part of the cost analysis makes the validator part, kind of the boxes, the smallest part. So it's important that you're able to run a machine. If you care about transacting in the chain, it's important that you're able to get enough stake to make sure that you have a block as often as you need in the worst case. So stuff like this, I think, is really important. Where I think Ethereum has done really well is lowering the economic barrier to entry to have a block producer. I think Solana still is the way to go. That it's probably 10 times more expensive in practice to run a block producer on Solana than it is on Ethereum. But that is the main reason for that is because Ethereum implemented signature aggregation, and Solana is relying on hardware to kind of do the same thing to reduce the cost of voting. So either hardware improves and the cost of voting drops naturally, or eventually Solana will implement signature aggregation.
Yeah, so there was a sort of some trade-off though that was made in the Ethereum landscape to say we're going to keep the requirements to run a node really light, but that has driven up the cost to transact on chain dramatically because there isn't much computed transaction capacity left. And so even though you can build a block builder on the L1, like today no one can permissionlessly run like an L2 sequencer or something like that, or very few systems are anywhere near there today. How do you think about that right trade-off when it comes to Solana? Like if the nodes get lighter but the transaction capacity doesn't increase at the rate it's been increasing, like how do you think about those types of trade-offs? And obviously you're not the sole person making this decision, but
I mean, I'm like, I don't know if you've seen Naval's quote that nobody should be worrying about hardware costs.
Yeah.
That you should basically ship and use as much hardware as you can, because getting demand for that is the really, really hard part. Reducing the cost of the hardware, you don't have to do anything. You can just wait, and in 2 years, it's half the price. So if it's possible for Solana to increase demand or serve more users with just by increasing validator requirements, I would strongly encourage everyone in the community to just go and do that. Just double the cores, memory, whatever it takes. That's far more important. Like meeting demand is really, really important, because it's really, really hard to actually get product market fit. That's the hardest part out of anything.
Right. So kind of to pivot a bit, you obviously are not involved in the foundation. You co-founded Solana Labs, but on the foundation side, the role of what a foundation should be doing in a blockchain is not like well defined. Different types of foundations do very different types of activities. Some are intricately involved and actually run infrastructure. Then you have groups like the Solana Foundation that don't run any infrastructure, that are primarily a grant giving organization and do some paperwork coordination, that kind of stuff. When you look at these sorts of problems of like big investments in the future of the network, whether that's something along the lines of like, hey, if we just double the power of all the machines, the network can go 4 times faster. What do you see as the right role for something like the Solana Foundation in like pushing the network to innovate faster and to move faster?
I think honestly, foundations are pretty bad at everything. Sorry.
I wouldn't disagree.
I think because it's just really, really hard to know what any of this stuff, what's important, what's not. Yeah. So I would strongly basically you cannot buy PMF. It's very, very hard. And that's really should be the driver of any decision. Does this thing have product market fit? Is it creating value for users? Is it somehow blocked? And when you get to that decision, like, hey, we're blocked on X. We're serving N number of users. We can serve 2N, but we're blocked by something. I think that's where you can make a decision. And that doesn't necessarily need to be a foundation grant, because a lot of the times that thing that's blocking is an opportunity for a company to go raise money and build a business around that, solving that problem for users. And that's better because, again, if you have a whole bunch of businesses that are getting real fees from users and running real commerce on this network independently, they're all going to care about the validity of the state. That creates the strongest security you can have, is a whole bunch of independent businesses that care that the network keeps running correctly. So for the most part, I think the role of the foundation is to get some open source code shipped, test the validators, maybe unblock hardware where it's hard to get, stuff like this. Which is a pretty, I think, luckily, everyone in the Solana ecosystem is lean and mean, and Solana Foundation is very lean. Labs is lean, so we haven't had this kind of scope creep happening in any orgs, and that's been really good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I will say one of the, I think, powers of the Solana Foundation is we admit that we don't really know anything, and just sort of try and act more as a service organization for the community. Which, as far as ways to approach it, seems like it's worked okay so far.
For sure.
So I want to sort of, before we wrap up today, we have a lot of founders in Ukraine. We have a lot of founders listening in on these. You've gone through some pretty crazy market cycles in your career, both in crypto and before. What is some advice that you would give to early and medium stage founders now that are building products on blockchain?
Keep your team lean. That's one of the tensions. So the way that I would hire, basically, through most of the life cycle, is that I would be working on a problem myself, and I would hire a person to take over that problem when I knew I had something else to do. Because I could give that problem to that person and knew exactly how much I would get done in 90 days. So within 90 days, I could evaluate them. And if they can't keep up with a CEO that's fundraising and doing 50 different things, they're not a fit for a startup. So make sure you hire the right people. And the best way to do that is you give them work that the CEO is doing, because it's very easy to evaluate if they can keep up. The second part is, in crypto, because the market cycles are so volatile, keep an eye on your runway. I think everyone should have 24 months of runway. You don't need more than that, because you really, as a founder, you don't want to be working on something that has no chance of PMF.
Yeah.
You want to do something productive with your life. That's what that's why most founders are here. Financial returns from that are important too, but if you're working on something that is never going to work out, it's never going to grow into something, it's a waste of your time, and you don't need more runway than 24 months to figure that out, usually. At least to get to the stage where it's worth building the next thing. I would say the third part is that startups can't do nothing. It's almost better to ship the wrong. It's almost better to ship the wrong thing, ship it fast and learn and fail, than to do nothing. And when people talk about iterating in a startup, you're trying to build the smallest possible succinct version of the product that proves it out. And that's very hard in a large system like a blockchain, because you're trying to identify a unique feature that's going to be such a huge differentiator that people are going to switch. But in any kind of consumer application, what is the one thing that's going to make consumers delighted and love this thing? You got to ship that, make it awesome, and do it as fast as you can and see if you get traction. So the key part is ship that part and test it and iterate it and get it to market, because if you don't ship and fail, you will eventually die, right, as a startup. So that's kind of like, I would say, the three challenges for all startups, not really crypto related.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Andreoli, co-founder of Solana, thanks for joining us today.
For sure. All right. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks. All right, Ivan, back to you.
It was pure gold. Top management of the top project in the industry, sharing the ideas, thoughts. It was very useful, especially for, as it was in the last word, Zostin said, for early and middle founders, developers, creators. So please watch this presentation if you missed it. And we will go to our final speech, last but not least. It'll be Rohan Handa, Strategic Investment and Partnership at Mistin Labs. Please welcome our final speaker right now. Hey, nice to meet you. How are you?
Hey, Ivan. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's our final presentation for today. So I'd like to walk a bit, but I'm super cool because it was very interesting presentation, pitches, different project, different topics. And I'm super glad and excited that all of you found time to share your ideas and your thoughts with our audience. So I'm adding your presentation to the stage, and you have 20 minutes. Please welcome.
Fantastic. Ivan, thank you so much to you and your team for organizing this. I think this is a very valuable add-on conference and event for our community, the Web3 community as a whole. So really humble to be here. And, you know, today's conversation, as this is the last one, I just wanted to start out with a quick introduction about myself, give you a background on Mistin Labs, some of the more innovative features and on-chain products that are being built within Mistin Labs, as well as how do we partner with teams that we end up partnering with. So since I've got 20 minutes, I want to get this thing started. Very quickly, my name is Rohan Handa. As Ivan mentioned, I had the strategic investments and partnerships focusing on consumer. I've been in this space close to 10 years at this point, and I've had the opportunity to work with some of the biggest brands in the space. Started off in traditional finance, fintech, M&A strategy, but found my love for crypto back in 2014, and quite frankly, haven't looked back since. I've worked with ApeCoin, Exola, Consensys, Sandbox, and a bunch of other companies who are I don't want to say household names, but they will be soon enough. But I've learned a lot from each one of these partners that I've ended up working with and been enjoying my ride so far. But before we get into what Mistin Labs is, I think it is important to get some context as to what is the big problem that we're trying to solve. Oftentimes you get asked, like, what's wrong with Web today that we need new infrastructure, new layers to be embedded, right? And I don't want to belittle the point by harping on some of the things that we already know, right? Like at the moment, most of the user data and information is monetized and distributed by centralized parties. That includes some of our more top apps, including Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Social graphs are locked in, and the identities that exist online are locked into these centralized parties. Even the user assets that have a ton of value when you play WoW or Fortnite, all of those assets are locked in those centralized environments. And that creates problem. Why? Because a lot of times you'll see the cost of doing business continues to skyrocket because of that data and information monopoly. And most of the revenue that these projects and these application platforms are making are squeezed by the app stores primarily. In some cases, some of the Apple's App Store charges 30% on top of on the revenue that some of the applications, especially gaming players, are making. So distributors take a sizable cut, and this exerts a control on data collection, further centralizing and reducing the opportunity to monetize for ventures. So this ends up bleeding into high customer acquisition cost for the end party. You constantly have privacy policy changes, which leads to decline in ad attribution and further reduces the ROI for the projects. And more often than not, because it's so easy to build application, the shelf life of a lot of these applications, whether it be on App Store or otherwise, is continuously decreasing, and which going to continue to increase as competition increases, which means shorter product life cycle. So, but the essence of Web3 as a whole is a shift in that relationship from products, platform, and their users around access and ownership of those assets that make up this entire environment. I mean, it'd be very silly to say that any one of the layer 1s or layer 2s have solved for that cold start problem. I think we are all attacking the asset ownership and access control from a few different angles, right? Through engaged community who are ready to consume goods and services. We're trying to establish direct relationship through ownership, transfer of on-chain assets, and eventually and hopefully extend the product life cycle where assets have functions or utility beyond the initial use case, beyond your digital interface. How do they interact with your in real life activity and engagement channel? So with all of those problems yet to be solved, this is where the genesis of Mysten Labs really happened, right? Where we wanted to decentralize a lot of those centralized assets and access to information that have already existed, whether it be in your content platforms, whether it be in your social networks or games. Because the Web3's goal is making the internet come back to and be more open, more shared, have verifiable databases, make it more peer-to-peer between producers and consumers, collaborated between multiple different platforms and users. So that's where we start talking about interoperability, and make it eventually open and transparent, where anyone can go in and check the various transactions that have happened across the chain itself. And this is what led to the birth of Mysten Labs, right? Mysten Labs are one of the original contributors of SUI, and the founding team that have seeded the entity have had extensive experience in building and growing high throughput organizations, right? In everything that we do, we apply scientific and engineering rigor required to create those trustworthy environment and systems that operate in an adversarial environment. And we've been backed and trusted by some of the biggest names in the industry. We've raised 300 million in Series B back in 2022 giving it a $2 billion valuation. And since then, SUI and Mysten Labs, as a result, have seen a rocket ship growth. And mind you, these numbers that you see in front, these are a little old, and those numbers have really skyrocketed to a different level. Just in May, we had crossed over 1 million daily active wallets. Our TVL was close to 750 million. But a lot of the other things still remains, right? Zero network downtime so far. We have done, theoretical limit of almost 300K TPS, 8 million activated wallets, which is continuously growing. And this is just the beginning. This is at a time where we've been only live on the mainnet for a little over a year at this point. Our mainnet anniversary was 3rd of May, and Mysten Labs and SUI continues to collaborate and bring in new partners and brands into the ecosystem that further allows the growth, both from the TVL perspective, the new wallets being added, and thinking about the future in which new applications can be built using the network, the protocol, with new unique use cases, incentivizing the users and removing or actually solving the problem of centralization that we currently see in the Web2 world. And as a result, we've been able to make quite a big waves within the space, right? Starting off with We have had partnership with Red Bull Racing, which are official sponsors for a lot of the South Korean mobile developer like NHN is building crypto games in Sui. We have had developer science deals with Alibaba Cloud. We have some of the existing Solana protocols building and moving exclusively onto Sui as well. So we're seeing the ecosystem grow rather rapidly, and which is exciting to see, because from my perspective, from my team's perspective, which deals day to day on the deals and the partnership side of things, they're able to interact with these founders, these builders, trying to understand the problems that they have, the problems that they're trying to solve, and continue to build alongside them, and which is, I think, one of the most fulfilling jobs I could have asked for in this space too. So the question obviously comes down to why are builders, why are founders choosing Sui and we're looking to work with Mr. Labs exclusively? Well, there are technical reasons, and then there are the more qualitative reasons or more service-oriented reasons, if you may, that provide a little more insight into that. So from a technical standpoint, there are three key things that stand out, right? The next-gen architecture that the team is proudly building, high performance of the network itself, and highly cost efficient. And I'll get into each one of those segments over the next few slides and talk a little bit more. So when I say next-gen architecture, so just to give you an idea of how the protocol itself is set up. So the basic unit of storage on Sui is an object, right? And these objects can own other objects, which allows developers and other logical hierarchies, very similar to how the Web2 engineering architecture is set up. So these data models represent complex asset relationships, which is very common in modern games. But these things can evolve, and because of the blockchain-powered ecosystem, can be non-destructive and on-chain updated via dynamic fields. So these update attributes change an object's definition, which does not necessarily have to alter its global ID, right? So what that does is allows you to mix and match different assets that exist on-chain, create new assets without losing the entire provenance. And I'll give you in the next slide what I mean by that. So nestable NFTs, right? Which is where I was saying objects can own other objects and retain the whole provenance. So as you see on this image here as well, right? So you have this original assets, a game asset, and there's an accessory, which is a sword. And now you can combine both of those assets within, given the object-oriented nature of the programming language, and you can decouple them without losing provenance or enabling assets to evolve non-destructively. And all of this could be present in your wallet, and you can verify them, and that allows for almost infinite number of permutations and combinations for these assets to evolve. And which is, I think, game-changing aspect, especially as it relates to gaming, as you think about combining accessories, digital accessories. I've been playing Call of Duty, I've been playing Counter-Strike. You have these skins, you have these assets, you want to make your one assets exchange for the other. All of this becomes much more simpler when you have this option to combine these different assets together. And then one of the core problems that Web3 as a whole we notice is the onboarding mechanism. It's very cumbersome to have to download a wallet for every single chain and then having the onboarding experience pretty much ridden with friction along the process. So we took a step further by through account abstraction, where you allow any layman user, it doesn't have to be in Web3, experience the same user interface, same experience that they have currently as they log into like their Netflix platforms or they log into their Spotify, right? Users benefit from Web3 should come without having to relearn everything that they already know. I think that is where the beauty comes, when you become a network or a product-led company where you're thinking about your end user. And that's where we emphasize a lot more. Where we have new onboarding mechanisms simply using your existing social platforms like Google, your Facebook, your Apple sign-ons, your messaging platform, your phone numbers, that enables a single sign-on. This enhances privacy and simple self-custody. And on the next slide, you'll see there's an example of a project that we worked with back in December, which is the Oracle Red Bull Racing. So we launched an NFT collection, which was free to mint. 114,000 NFTs were minted over a period of 3 days. And all the end user had to do was log in to the website or the minting page, using their Gmail account. And once the Gmail account was entered, the NFT was minted and securely put away into their secure wallet in the backend. The user didn't have to care about downloading a MetaMask wallet or a Phantom wallet for that nature. All they really had to have was their existing Gmail account. And that's kind of simplicity and user experience that we continuously push for at Mr. Labs to bring to our end users. The next up on the list is the Sui kiosk, right? Like we have marketplaces like OpenSea, we have Tensor, we have Magic Eden. What we wanted to do was create that marketplace experience straight into the protocol itself, where the kiosk owners can determine whether they want to retain ownership of their assets until at the moment of purchase. As a creator, I can set policies, a set of rules that are applied to every single trade, right? So it's all very business oriented. Like business needs are different. Who can access your assets is different based on the different jurisdictions that you're operating in. So all of that has been thought through before creating these on-chain standards that can be applied off the shelf using our protocol there. And then, of course, marketplaces, like you can index events, you can kiosk, emit, and subscribe to a single feed for on-chain trading assets, with all this to mean that a kiosk, a marketplace can exist inside a marketplace, right? So for example, if Disney tomorrow was to come up with a marketplace that showcased all of its IPs, from its Marvel to your Iron Man to your Toy Story to everything else, you can double tap into each of them, and all of those assets behind each of those IPs could further be bundled into and nested into the marketplace. And Disney will have the optionality to create its own rules, its own regulation, and own policies. Who can access those assets? Who cannot access those assets? What fees could be charged, and what they can or cannot create. I think that is the beauty of building these new standards on chain, which makes users' life, the business's life, much easier. And we experimented doing something similar with our partner on Pebble City Luck, where the user could just connect their wallet at checkout, which enabled their holders at Pebble City Luck to purchase the accessories as long as they had the Pebble City NFT in their wallet. And it was as simple as that, just clicking a button. And I think that's the beauty of kiosk. Next up was closed loop tokens. I think oftentimes I've given, I've helped launch a lot of fungible tokens in my past life. I've seen regulatory reasons, compliance play a heavy role in where and how you can launch a fungible token. So having the optionality to create your own chain digital currency without having to worry constantly about the SEC rules or the regulatory or legal reasons, you have the option to create those soft tokens within your gaming environment or your utility token, or for any number of other reasons. And some of the use cases like loyalty points can simply, we have a platform right now called Travel Swap, which allows you to book tickets using your cryptocurrency. And as you book more flights and hotels through that platform, you are accumulating points. All of those points eventually get stored as like closed loop tokens onto the platform, and those eventually in future will be convertible for other unique experiences, right? And without having to worry about actually having to launch a fungible token. These tokens eventually become regulatory compliant, because some jurisdictions, again, require certain checks or restrictions on tokens. You need to have a verified user. They don't have to be, they cannot be US personal. And that limits the optionality for the project to do things and build and acquire new users. In-game currency, again, like you can have these soft currencies sitting inside your game without having to worry about whether, they'll fly by the SEC rules or the Howey's test for that matter. You're simply building products, experiences where users are using these on-chain points or closed-loop tokens of soft tokens instead of fungible tokens that are trading on in various exchanges. And then high performance aspect, which is a key, right? As I mentioned, we have 300,000 transactions per second today. We have a no theoretical TPS limit at the moment, which scales up very similar to how Elastic Compute Cloud on the AWS system. We have end-to-end latency of 450 milliseconds, which is further reducing with the introduction of Mysticity, which will set more ground speed records. And back in fall last year, we set a ground speed record of 65 million transactions, which were processed in a single day. And with all that to say is like ultimately any business that's trying to build on the blockchain or any new protocol is wary of the fact the gas fees, which is essentially the amount of that gets taken off from their revenue directly, right? If we can on Sui can predict how much of a gas fees based on the number of transactions for your platform or your application is going to consume. And that can be taken into account when you are raising capital or seeking grants, etc., because it becomes a very, very important factor especially as projects and applications scale. They need to make sure that they're not spending more money just in gas fees instead of building and scaling their business, acquiring users. And that's where a lot of projects end up falling, continue to making their user experience not only clunky, but more expensive. And it's them or the users who end up holding the bag or paying those fees. Because I remember back in 2022 when I minted one of the other side NFTs, it was 7K worth of other side NFT, but I paid close to 5K in gas fees alone. I don't think that's a sustainable model. And that's what we are trying to do is reduce that sort of experience for the end user. And I know we are coming up, top of the hour. I do want to leave us with the fact that when we do partner or invest in projects, we're not just giving grants or just capital and let the partners go run it. Like we realize that there's a scale to learn the new language, understand the new ecosystem. So we stand with our partners and the teams that we invest in side by side, where we provide them pre-launch support, launch at the time of support, and then post-launch as well. Like we have close to 30 plus solutions engineers who help come up with use cases, identify issues, and kind of help build a solution that is top-notch and world-class. We help make some of those introductions to our investors and our partners. During launch, we provide that marketing support, PR, help co-market, provide the physical event space if and when possible, and post-launch as well, like paid media opportunities, influencer marketing opportunities, and quests. So this is the comprehensive lens that we are taking when we are working and growing our ecosystem. And me working on the deal and partnership side, make sure that you get the top-notch support as you explore a new ecosystem and build with a world-class team. And that's my time for the presentation.
Wow, thanks for perfect timing. It's really cool to put all these information in 20 minutes. It was really interesting. Thank you so much for your time, for sharing your ideas, for sharing updates. I hope that our audience will take lessons and interesting insights from your pitch. And for those who just connected to us, go back and watch this speech one more time if you missed it, because it was very interesting. Thanks. Having a good day. We are always welcome in Ukraine. I say this to all the speakers because we want to welcome all the crypto enthusiasts from all over the world, and we wish this war is over. So you're always welcome here, mate.
Thank you so much, Ivan. This was very helpful. Hopefully the audience will get some information. It'll be useful to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. I can't believe it, but our Incrypted Online Marathon 2024 is over. It was 3 enormously interesting days. So the first 2 days were with panel discussions, and the third day today was for solo speakers, for solo pitches. All 3 days were extremely interesting and useful. If you watch it on Twitter, so please sign up to Twitter account of Incrypted. And if you miss some presentation, you can sign up also on YouTube channel in Incrypted and watch all these panels and solo pitches on YouTube, because the record will be saved on YouTube, the same links, so you can go in our Twitter account, and there are all the links there. I want to thank all the audience for coming and watching these interesting pitches and presentations. I want to thank our partners, because your support is very, very important for us, especially during these dark times. And I want to thank to our team, because you make all these happen. It was incredibly well. And I can't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow is the finish day of our Ukrainian Blockchain Week. So tomorrow will be our Incrypted Conference 2024, which will be offline in Kyiv. So if you get a ticket, please come. If you don't have a ticket, you have the last chance to buy it and come to see all the speakers, to have all this marvelous networking, to get some partnerships and so on and so forth. So thank you one more time, and waiting you on our next event. Sign up not to miss anything in crypto. Thank you and goodbye.